rhymes. The one feeding us lies designed to keep them high and in control of our lives, so step forward and pry. Open your third eye, we might find a place we all like. For harmony, rhyme and time, we strive at night. Tied in plans, we revive to free the blind. In this place, you lay your faith hastily, based upon a salary, and taste the blood of a democracy turned tragedy. Sadly, the saviors have been labelled insane as the rage once took place, but now burns and turns to slaves of the airwave frequencies paid to influence demographics in certain ways. If you don't understand what I say, hit a wall on Thursday. Designated colour schemes of girl young as A. Orange is okay, but currently yellow is the way if you wish to conform to the styles that they make, the styles that they create, and their music is fake. It's just a matter of an image that they can take all the way. In fools with shackle brains I spit in hope of a change. Someday painstaking gains of war might hit. Your lives abhor the lies, the whores despise their laws, incite the mind to more. Because 96% of you are sightless and poor, with the remaining 4 under floors planning wars.
Well, hello.
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 I don't know, Tobin.
Sam's muted. What's up, Midnight?
Oh, nothing much. I don't know who you are, so hello. At least I don't remember who you are, so forgive me for that.
It's alright. I'm not on YouTube a whole lot.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Right as the intro finished, I lost the Bluetooth connection to my mouse, my keyboard, so I could do nothing. I had to... Anyway, welcome, everyone. Thanks for coming. Yeah, been a while, but they're not even working. But yeah, it's good to be back. Got some people in the audience already. I see Jill's here. Greeting, Jill's. Sandy. Silver. And I think that's it. Robbie was here earlier.
Who?
Math Pig.
Who?
Yeah, he's got to head off to work.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, but yeah, so I've come back. I've got a new layout for the show. It's I'm not doing it tonight because I'm not ready, but essentially I'm going to try and do 3 segments. I don't know how long each segment will go, but I think I'm going to start with a segment called News I Give a Shit About. Pretty self-explanatory. I'm just going to find articles and things that matter to me that I don't see on the news, but I think, is important.
But wait. You say it's news you give a shit about, but what if somebody gives a shit about the same news you do? So it's like saying news news I give a shit about. The person will see it. News I give a shit about. They will see themselves in the title. News I give a shit about.
Exactly. And if they don't give a shit, they're going to think it's me. So it works kind of both ways.
Yes.
So yeah, obviously open to ideas about that too. If you find an article or something.
Tobin, why are you blue? This is blue hue.
It's actually green.
What the fuck? Blue, green, hazel. I don't know. Like
Yeah,
what?
very Hulk.
It's the way I like to tint myself. Yeah. Arr!
Better
Watch
than
the
orange.
beast come out. Nah. It's just my lighting.
Well, it's weird. Stop it.
I don't think you can stop it somehow.
Oh, I can. Oh man, I got a remote here that I can. I could probably make a person with epilepsy have a problem. With all the
Yeah, you
flashing
might
and
not
shit.
want to do that.
Yeah.
You need to.
Well, okay, Midnight. I'll play nice. What color do you prefer?
I mean, have you seen my icon?
Purple?
There he is, sexy purple. Okay, that's too dark of a purple.
It's too. It is a bit dark. Let's see. Ah. Hmm.
I have the same light at home. And that's the only problem is that the cool colors aren't very bright.
There, I put it to white. It's neutral.
Yeah. And you're not so green
Still a
now, are
fuck.
you?
You're still a fuckwit though.
Yeah.
Your face is a fuck.
I'm working on that. I'm trying to get better at that.
What? You're trying to get better at being a better fuckwit? Or
No,
less of a
better than
fuckwit?
not being a fuckwit. I at least attempt. I'm trying. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you're not trying hard enough, apparently.
Jill's been in and put his obligatory gas pump in the chat. That's getting old, Jill. You need new material, mate.
Everybody needs new material.
Your face needs new material.
Oh, I know.
So yeah, before midnight rudely interrupted, news I give a shit about. Then I'm going to do my 420 questions segment, where we'll do a couple of questions each episode. And then the last half of the show, just open discussion on whatever the topic of the show is. So, with some tummy rubs in between, of course.
Don't you mean head pats?
Hey,
Don't you mean head pats?
head pats? Yeah, actually. That's really good, Midnight. I'm going to actually use that, head pats instead of tummy rubs. So, yeah. Link for Discord's in the description too. So join that if you haven't. Tobin's been pumping suggestions in there for me, which are awesome. I'm going to be using for both the questions segment and topics for discussion. So, yeah. So, how have you been, Tobin? How's your building endeavours and that been going? You're coming into summer now, so you probably did you finish everything, or are you still in the process? Because I see you're still in your original home.
Oh yeah, no, I got lots more to work on, and me being a fuckwit, doesn't help either. The other day, last week, I actually dropped a tree on a family member's house, so I had to fix a hole in a house and a porch that I had dropped a freaking tree on. I was trying to keep stuff from falling on the house, and I ended up falling
Actually
it
doing
onto the
it.
house.
Yeah, I saw the pictures. It's So what happened? It obviously didn't fall the way you wanted it to, but was it the way you cut it, or?
This type of tree, it's considered a trash tree, and it's crazy because the inside of it, the core of it, will rot out, and it looks like a healthy tree, and I started cutting into it, and then it started falling, but it was falling in a desirable way. And then um, I didn't anticipate it being hollow in the inside of the trunk of this tree. And so it kind of did this twist thing and went in the wrong fucking direction.
Yeah. Sort of swung around.
Yeah.
I've seen it before.
It
And,
totally twisted up on me. It was going all right, and then it just did this awful turn.
because it's like a section of roots don't let go or something, and it just makes the tree swing. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but you fixed it pretty fast.
Yeah, I was fortunate to have most of the materials on hand. Like, I was able to get to work on it pretty much immediately.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wow.
in that way, and nobody got hurt. Everybody knew what was going on. I had other people watching what I was doing. It just, you know, you think of everything, and then
Yep. Yep. And something you can't control happens.
yeah. But I
Well,
know
I'm glad-
something about those trees now. That particular tree, I've learned something about it. So
You'll be more prepared next time.
yeah, yeah.
And how are you, Jody?
Oh, I'm better today than I was yesterday.
That's good to hear. I'm gonna have to put my headphones on to hear you.
Are you having a hard time hearing me?
Yeah.
You're a little bit muffled.
Huh. Hold on.
I don't think I've interacted with Jody yet. Am I Joe Day, or is it?
It's Jody, but Jody, we just because it's Jody. So yeah, but no, it's actually Jody normally.
Can you hear me?
Right on.
Yeah, so you two haven't met before. Oh,
Not yet.
Tobin, Jody, Tobin.
Hello.
Howdy.
Yeah, this ain't working. Yeah, so that was an interesting. I don't know how Wildheart managed to do a stream from my StreamYards to Jody's channel. He was that drunk. He was trying to stream on his own channel. He was in my StreamYards with my background, streaming to Jody's channel. And I had to come in, and he was asleep too, passed out.
What?
Playing music,
Like,
background music that could have got copyrighted. You know.
yeah, music blaring in the background. Yeah. And
I was hanging out with Oz this morning, and he was playing. He was having a difficult time playing music because they're taking him down because of the copyright infringement or whatever.
yeah, it's so odd. Like, I can't even find anywhere that tells you how long you can play something before you need to stop playing it. There's no clear answer on that. I've had like 5 seconds of a song get me copyrighted, where other songs I can play the whole song and nothing. So I really don't know the rhyme or reason to it, to be honest. But so if anyone actually knows, that's why I just don't play music on my streams. Just avoid it altogether.
So you were
Yeah.
talking about the segments. How are you? What were you were saying something about that?
Well, what in particular? So I did see a puzzled look on your face at one point when I said 420 questions. So yeah, I need 2 suggestions. I need topic, like show topics, like I've done in the past. I can't even remember what topics I've done now, but I also need questions for the 420 questions section.
Do you want
So, yeah.
these to be more related to marijuana, like actual?
No,
No?
The 420 is just like because I'm asking them, sort of thing. So yeah, I think the questions we've actually had so far, I've only had 2 segments of it. We did. Have you seen a UFO? And everyone told their UFO stories. That was really cool. And then I think we kept on theme with that, and it was even if you're a skeptic or atheist, what's the most supernatural thing you've experienced, like that you still can't explain? So that brought out some cool stories too from people. It was really cool to hear like hard atheists talk about the things that they can't explain in themselves.
The mind is a trippy place. It
Isn't
is.
it? Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Just noticing Sandy saying, Oz started my day off well. It only takes a few notes on some songs. Yeah, exactly. Depends on how well known they are. Yeah, right. Do sing birds. I don't know their names of the count. I'm not sure what that means. How well they are. Do sing birds. I don't know the names of. Oh, do seeing birds I don't know the names of count as supernatural or as a UFO? I'm like, I guess so. Technically, yeah. I love that, Sandy. That's great. But they don't even call them UFOs now. They are unidentified aerial phenomenon. UAPs. Oh, it wasn't a lame joke. I thought it was a great joke. So, yeah. So 420 questions. I do have a little intro from Geo for it. It's just the word 420 questions spinning around to some fun music. It's nothing special yet, but
Heck yeah.
that'll be a little segue into the section. And
I do receive letters or emails from Normal and also another organization that talks about legalization and where it's at this at it's marijuana moments. I get emails from too, and I read up on those.
yeah, because it's so different from state to state for you
Yeah,
guys, isn't it? It's so
yeah.
crazy. Um,
And the world over, really, isn't it? I mean, some places
yeah,
are strict.
I've been
Strict.
talking to people from like the Philippines and Thailand and stuff, and
Hmm.
their governments are like crazy strict, but their governments are essentially totalitarian governments, as in they will sometimes give the illusion of a vote, like Putin does, but somehow Putin's been voted in like 20 years straight, and his opposition always end up in jail or dead. That's what these places are like. So, um, and their gay rights is like obviously non-existent. They, you know, still get jailed or at best, especially in the around the Muslim areas.
Living in the dark ages.
Mm,
Still.
yeah, it's actually why I wanted to get back into this. Was it came up again recently? People asking me why I give a shit, because in Australia, like, we are so apathetic. We just don't care. It's really disappointing, actually. But so, people here in Australia are like, why do you care so much about religion? We don't even have religion much in Australia, which is wrong. Like, religion permeates our politics, just like in America. It's just not, they don't carry on about it, so you don't realize, but they're all tied in with Christian organizations and, all of that stuff. But that's not the stuff that I'm really concerned about. For me, it's the fact that if you didn't believe that the almighty creator of everything, the king of the universe, didn't tell you to take your beautiful, perfect looking newborn baby and chop its dick skin off. And I recently found out, I don't know if it's the Jews or the Muslims, but there's some barbaric practice where the rabbi or whatever he is sucks the skin off with his mouth.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And the thing I was listening to, they weren't even mentioning about the horrific pedophilic side of it, but it was about the diseases that the babies were catching. Herpes.
Yeah, because they're biting it off.
Yeah.
They bite it off. From what I hear. This is things
Yeah.
I hear.
It's a thing. It's not made up. It's a thing. If you didn't think that the almighty creator of everything told you to do it, you would not do it. That's the only way a human being can convince themselves of such pure, horrific nonsense, is to tell themselves that this almighty creator has told them to do it. You wouldn't send your child to deconversion therapy to have their brain electrocuted till they're straight, unless you thought that the God of the universe wanted you to do that.
Dude,
That's
it's
why.
crazy. It's crazy. I mean, like my kids at the when I had kids, I wasn't very religious at all. Like it would had definitely waned for me. But we had them circumcised because we thought that there was like an actual
Medical reason.
yeah,
Yeah.
that like it kept cleanliness or whatnot. And then
Which is what
it
you're
wasn't
told when you have the baby in the hospital. That's what the nurses and everything, doctors and that would tell you. So what else are we gonna think?
right. And
And
lo
it's
and
just
behold,
recent.
it's
And
bullshit.
yeah, now I've like actually actively asked nurses because they don't talk about it, and they've said um, it's purely a personal choice. There is no medical reason to do it. So people do it because they have it. They want their kid the same. Some people do it because they think it looks better and they don't want their child to have a dick with a beanie. And that's all cool. Like I personally don't agree with it, but I don't,
A beanie or a turtleneck, you know?
it's like getting your kids' ears pierced and that. I personally wouldn't, but I'm not going to judge parents who do, because I think
If
I
I
wouldn't
would
do
have
it.
really dived into the the information on both sides of it, I think I would have definitely not done that. Cause dude, I watched it happen. Dude, that looks crazy painful. Like they strap you down like a monkey in like Velcro, all limbs, like uh
The
yeah,
baby.
dude. Yes, a baby. Like that's just like trauma right out of the womb. Like where did all that compassion for life beginning at conception
That's
and
what I
like
mean.
oh let's
It's
have
so perfect. Oh, hang on. It's not actually perfect. We've just got fucked up a little bit. He wants you to cut that piece off. It's an extra piece. Why
just
didn't
an
he make it without it if he didn't want us to have it?
mm, oh you're altering your temple.
Yeah. It's so bizarre. But that's why I give a shit in answer to all the people who have asked me that question. Because it harms. And whatever it harms, I'm gonna fight it with every breath that I have. And I don't fight the religious people. Fuck, that's my family. You know? I have to live with these people. It's the religion itself that I fight.
Absolutely.
Maybe some weird sacrifice. Yeah. Well, yeah. I know there's a story in the Bible that's a king wanted 100 foreskins of his enemy, and the dude was like, 100? I'll see you 100. I'll bring you 200. Because you can't have enough dick skin. Like, seriously. Oh, too funny. This is what I mean. If you took away that it was the almighty creator of everything who you must fear, took him away, you would look at that thing, that story, whatever you want to call the Bible, and go, that's ridiculous. It's simply ridiculous. but put God into it, and it doesn't matter whether it's ridiculous or horrid or masochistic or sadistic, because it was God, so it's good, or it's his plan.
I wonder how many of the stories you could like give them a makeover and make them seem like secular stories, but really they're just the stories guised as like the Bible, and then they would be horrified at what this secular book is saying, but
Yeah,
only to come to find out, oh, wait a minute, no, that's an actual
that's the
Bible
Bible.
story.
Yeah, yeah. There's actually an art house. I think that's what they call it. Pop piece of animation from Australia in, I think, the late 90s or early 2000s, called Go to Hell. I've got it saved. I found it on YouTube, and I've got it saved in a playlist, so I'll share it if anyone wants to have a look. But it's this brilliant retelling of the Bible from a secular standpoint. So without any supernatural. And essentially, a dude convinces a whole bunch of rich people to give him money to build a spaceship because the Earth's ruined. And he's like, it's our only chance, to keep the race going. Took a whole bunch of people with him. He had a sleeping chamber thing that kept him so he could live for long periods, while the people on the ship kept the population going. And the idea was to discover a new planet, but by the time they found it, everyone on the ship was so inbred that no one was left. And so he ended up mixing some of his genes with monkeys to make humans. And then it goes into the story of like Egypt and the Exodus, and explains how the 10 plagues happened from a secular standpoint. It's because this dude in the spaceship and his son on Earth are fighting each other, because the son wants the people to have free will and know the truth, and GD, or God in heaven in his spaceship, is the bad guy. His son Lucifer is the good guy, funny enough. And yeah, it's just a really good secular explanation for the Bible, with genetics and panspermia, I suppose you'd call it, as opposed to God poofing us into existence.
What's up,
Hey,
Space
Space,
Cadet?
how are you?
Hi, Space.
Hello.
Good to see you. Oh, there's some hate
Yeah,
going.
how is everybody?
I'm good. I was feeling good today, so I thought I've got to stream. 'Cause if I don't get started, oh, Brojo, if I don't get back on the horse, I won't do it. It's weird, just anxiety and garbage.
Good morning, or good afternoon to you, or evening.
Good morning, sir.
Rojo?
Are you? Sammy, I know you're in the happy chat. You could have dropped the link to your show here. You didn't. Yeah.
I'll do it now. Here's the happy chat. Oh no, I didn't either.
You just dropped the. I'm subscribed to your channel, but I saw then I'm like, oh, wait, no link to join, and then I saw the link to join the Pixies, and I'm like, where's the YouTube links?
There you go. And
Drop them there, man. Drop them in all the chats.
I'm hopeless at shilling myself.
So I'm intrigued. You got a new direction for the show because I have some of the same thoughts, given recent
Have you?
activities.
No, we definitely need it in the community. Just some regular, lighthearted fun. But the last half can get, if people want to have serious discussions or debate religion or whatever, that's fine too. But you already sort of do a similar thing, like you do a little bit of news and have different segments too.
Yeah,
It's
usually just to stir up some discussion. We do clickbait news, go to Drudge Report or Straight Arrow or something like that.
Clickbait news, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And then karaoke, sometimes. We just chill out, smoke weed.
And yet on the hour every 4:20.
That's right.
I do like that. Greetings, Cindy.
Matter of fact, I was banned for a week. I couldn't do hangouts for a week.
You were banned. What happened?
I don't know. I got a strike. The last hangout I did was we were watching some Godzilla flick because I was introducing our mascot in the merch store, and for some reason I got flagged and they're saying deceptive practices. I'm like, I'm just opening up a merch store. What the fuck? But I thought it was for the Godzilla thing because maybe it was copyright. I don't know. But I got struck. So a week I couldn't do any uploads, and I'm on probation for 3 months now.
Like, I'll happily say this live on YouTube. You suck balls, YouTube. You really suck big, sweaty, hairy balls. Get your fucking act together. If you're going to strike somebody, fine. 1, tell them why. Don't say you broke some guideline. Tell them this section here did this, or this picture was copyright because of Godzilla, whatever. So people can fix their shit. But
Nice.
You sit in limbo, like you can't do anything. It's so frustrating. Sorry, that's my rant over.
They'll usually give me a warning and tell me what video, but they didn't. This time they didn't mention the Godzilla thing. I thought maybe it was because we let it play. We were talking over it. Maybe I should have stopped it. But then I got the thing, deceptive practices and scams. I'm like,
that's not copyright.
I don't get it. It was in 1964.
That's to do with selling shit.
Maybe. Can't sell shit? I thought everybody sells shit.
They do.
And on a legitimate website, too.
But was it, maybe there's only certain like Teesprings.
That's what I was using, Teespring.
Oh, well, that YouTube is linked with them.
Yeah.
You have a thing for Teespring in your YouTube chat.
I don't think I put a link in the chat.
No, I mean, there's a button YouTube let you have for Teesprings.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's how linked they are. So,
do you have to be monetized for that?
Probably, yeah.
Maybe that's
See,
why.
maybe if you're not monetized, they might not let you.
Maybe that's it. Is that the whole deal? That would suck.
Who fucking knows? But that's the thing. It's clear as mud.
It's fucked up.
Yeah, it's disappointing.
Well, my week is up, and I'm hoping to do a hang later or a couple of days. But yeah.
So what day did that happen?
That happened a week ago. Well, it happened the 21st.
7 days today.
7 days, yeah, yesterday. So full 7 days.
Shit. At least it was only 7 days too. I've heard people get like 30-day strikes.
If it happens again, you'll get a 2-week. You can't upstream for 2 weeks, and then possibly another strike. I don't know, but right now I have a strike, and I have to be a good boy till like next year, pretty much December. End of December.
That's like it's like God saying, "Now I have this rule you cannot break, and if you break it, you're in trouble." And you say, "What's the rule?" And he says, "I'm not going to tell you, but don't
I don't
break
even have, and I don't have a foreskin to sacrifice for my sins. So.
it to the God of YouTube." You'll have to get. In that case, you need 100 foreskins from your enemies in place.
I guess.
But it's hard not to. It's hard to be a good boy when you don't know what you did wrong. So how are you not going to do it again?
I know, right? Because I'm gonna want to put a link into the merch somehow. What did it? I don't know. And you know what? I found they don't really even. You don't even really make much.
No.
No. 10% if you're lucky.
I'm sure people sell shit on through YouTube.
All the time.
I've bought a mug from Beck, from Uncle Beck. This is a little while back.
And he's not monetized.
No, I don't think so.
See what I mean about there's no rhyme or reason to YouTube?
That's why I think, yeah. I mean, slowly people going to Rumble. Slowly, like all the big creators. I mean, what's Russell Brand? He just had a video taken out. He says, fuck this. Oh, you know what? All videos are going to go to Rumble first, and then you get YouTube.
Wow. See, it'll be the end of YouTube, like Facebook. And MySpace, if they're not careful. Because people are, like, I can't think of a time when creators weren't complaining about the shit that YouTube does to them. It's always been shitty treatment.
Now, I have no problem with the copyright issue. I mean, if I created something, why should someone else be making money off of something I did if I have no contract with them? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I get that.
And no, it wasn't Sandy that flagged you. But I was thinking that, like, if someone flagged you, because how do they even know? Maybe it's the link, the physical link.
I don't know. But you know what? 420 Cafe really started out as a channel, as a throwaway channel because of stuff like this. And I haven't done anything on my main channel in so long because I've been doing this. And it just like, I don't know, caught on, people,
Yeah,
So that's what the whole purpose of the cafe was like, who cares if it disappears or not? But now you're like, okay, people, we got stuff invested in it now,
Yeah. Do I have permission to smack my coworker right now? Lamau. No. She needs to be smacked upside the head right now.
No,
you have permission.
No.
No, you don't have permission.
No. Only if they smacked you first.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't have permission unless they smacked you first, Silver. Just Sandy's got good advice. Don't do it. Just think about it.
What are they doing? What are they doing? They need to be smacked. That's what I want to know. Perhaps you can say something so that they will never do it again.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think violence has ever had the outcome that anyone who used it thought they would get. Maybe like very specific instances like torturing people for information or whatever. But like look at this shit with Russia and that at the moment. I thought it would be over in like a week. I thought Russia would just go in and just sweep them out of the way.
That's kind of one of the scary thoughts about it is if you're talking about something that did get results that were expected from what they were going to be implemented would be, I would think, the droppings of the bombs, was it Hiroshima and Nagasaki or yeah, right? I mean, that took care of everything really quick.
Yeah.
They knew it would. They planned on it, doing that. Whether by example or what, it worked. And we don't want to see that happen again. On either side, right? I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, we've had enough dropping of bombs. We have words and all kinds of ways to communicate and work together to resolve issues. It's not an answer that is necessary. Unless, the only time I can really think of it is like in self-defense, like you're being attacked. The last time I did an act of violence, I was shooting at dogs, and these dogs were not friendly dogs that were roaming around my house. I didn't actually shoot them, but I'd shoot around them. But eventually they stopped coming around me.
Right on.
But and also I wasn't shooting lethal things at them, just hardened balls of clay and rocks, and maybe some BB guns.
You gotta protect your property, man. You never know what dogs can do.
Maybe some blanks, and maybe a little lead.
Maybe it was my dog bone launcher. It really worked. Did the trick. Milk bone gun.
But I was confronted with like aggressiveness. There's been other dogs that roam up on our property, and I'll give them a snack. I'll even pet them a little bit. But when they come with that aggressive, I can't have that around here.
Yeah, you never know with animals. How bad the dog might be treated by its owner. It's trying to get away. It could be in a frightened state. It could, just take its aggression out on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silver Wolf, if they know it bothers you and your mother, they're going to keep doing it. So you either come up with a really good comeback or just have to
put up
with how you react to it. Yeah. That's the only thing you have control over is how you react to things.
Good morning, Pixie.
See,
Hey, Pixie.
Joe is alive. What's up, Joe Day?
Hi, Rojo.
Silver.
Hello, PJ.
Howdy.
Dude, Domino, you really need to quit. Pick a spot and sit your butt down.
So there's been a lot of good music hitting here lately. Graydon Square released an album. I've been
No,
jamming
not
that.
again.
Uh, freaking Bar and Blatant Atheist. Oz has been dropping some tracks, and I think he's getting ready to put out an entire album. But I've been getting to hear it, and it's very fucking impressive.
By the way, rest in peace, Coolio. He is now in Gangsta Paradise.
Really?
What?
Yeah, you didn't hear? Yeah.
No.
There's another 40.
Just 59. They don't know the cause of death yet.
Yeah. Guess we got to make the best of it. 'Cause you never know.
That's it.
You never know whenever that plug is going to get pulled or however it happens.
Uh-huh.
Right.
You better do it while you can. Get it while it's good.
Uh-huh.
Lick it while it's cracking. Smack it while you're packing. I
I
don't
just
know.
don't want to die on my keyboard in a hangout. That's just, Though that would make some great last video. That'd be.
I'm with Sandy. Bluetooth can kiss my ass.
Ooh.
Bluetooth. I just lost all my Bluetooth connections again, which is my mouse, my keyboard, so I could do nothing. Am I muted?
No, I hear you.
Oh,
No, I hear you. We're just ignoring you.
just
No.
ignoring me. That's cool. So what did I miss? What were you all talking about?
Oh, we talked about Coolio. Coolio passed.
Yeah, 59. So young.
And by the way, it's my mother's birthday today, so she's
Oh.
87. I'm fucking believing.
Happy birthday.
Brojo? This is Brojo's mum.
Yeah. Birthday.
Man, do you know in the Philippines they make $9 a day?
Who does?
That's people, I guess. Like,
That can't be the average income. $9 a day.
I have to Google this because that sounds ridiculous.
Well, I gotta see what the rent is there and what the cost of living is. Maybe mud huts are only $1 a month and sandals are a nickel. That's not bad if you're living at that pace.
I find the Philippines, some of them, my most encounters, they're some of the sweetest people I know.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think they are one of the happiest races on the planet for the shit that they go through. So 500.
Is that being racist now? Is that being racist? Is that being like opposite of racist now?
Yeah, but they're cheap though,
Yeah,
right?
a racist against everyone other than them.
Have you ever noticed that they're on the cheaper side though, like penny pinchers? It's always like, oh, can I get a discount? Oh, how about 15%? Discount. Always want a discount. But when you go to their store, they give you a discount. No, don't even ask for it. I mean,
15. So this is telling me that the minimum wage is $15 a day. But I've had people telling me they're getting $9 just to get the work. So
now the question is, okay, but what's the cost of living there?
Right.
That's another question, right? If it's $15 a day, how much is it? What's an average rent?
Yeah.
Well, minimum wage. Okay. Well, we don't even here in the States don't expect somebody with wage to afford an apartment, right? I mean, wow. But I would be curious how much an apartment is.
You have to go off like universal things like haircut costs. Or, you know, where you go like stages, right? Things were 99 cents. Remember, 99-cent Whopper, 99-cent that. There's no more of that anymore. Then you have the $5 thing, the $5 pizza, the $5 haircuts. There's none of that anymore. It's going to keep getting worse and worse. Soon the $39.99 oil changes will be a thing of the past, guys.
Here's an example of two people living like royalty in the Philippines on $2,280 a month.
That's about how much my brother's money goes there.
$600 a week.
So, it's a restaurant.
But then
$600 a week for a place to stay. That's like
no, that's just your total cost of living. So with
One
things
bedroom
like,
apartment in the city in Philippines is $228.94 average monthly rent. Wow.
how much?
$228. I guess that's the US dollar.
Yeah.
Three bedroom, $395 in the city.
Wow, that's
Outside, $240.
But for you, only $199.
love you long time.
So now you said how much is the minimum wage? 15 a day?
15 a day.
So 15 a day.
30,
And-
60, 90. It's about $100 a day. I mean, a week. Yeah, see? So they're living like
15 a day is not, yeah. Well, I mean, that's minimum wage again.
That's kind of like half your
Yeah.
day. It's almost like normal.
Yeah.
all the jobs around here, like, want to just pay you $10 an hour. Like, oh, you want? I need my car detailed. I'll pay you $10 an hour. Oh, I want my the grass mowed. $10 an hour.
Everything $10 an hour.
Everything $10 an hour around.
I need heart surgery. $10 an hour. I mean, when I was a kid, rule of thumb was 1 week's salary should cover your rent.
see Sandy. I mean, Pixie.
That's not the case anymore. It's more like a half a month now, right? 2 weeks, I think, is the average now.
Shit, the grocery store here in town only pays $8 an hour. Like, I still think the managers and
you?
stuff get less than $10. I'm in Texas.
Well, minimum wage is what, 7 something now an hour? Federal. I mean, like, yeah. Only in certain states or cities it's 15 minimum. But I don't think one should expect someone should be able to rent a house on minimum wage.
No,
I mean, that was never the expectation
impossible.
that I had, right? You know, There was never that expectation.
And they want you to have 3 months of they want you to have 3 months of damn it, I'm struggling to say this. Why? They want you to have a lot of money up front. Like
Who?
Oh, deposit.
whenever you try to get in an apartment,
Oh
I
yeah.
think it's 3 times the amount. You have to make 3 times
It
the
used to
amount.
be first month's rent and then security deposit would equal the 1st
Mhm.
month's rent. Now they're asking first and last month's plus the security deposit for damages and stuff like that. Yeah, because I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because some people fucking rent apartments, they don't give a shit.
Nah, I always knew it was just a step along the path.
That's why usually people who own their own home, they'll take pride in their home and they'll take care of it. Usually, for the most part, because they're owning it. You usually it's like renting a car, right? You're not gonna give a shit that much. Some people just don't. They really don't give a shit. They don't. So yeah, owners are gonna ask for a fucking deposit to cover costs like that.
Yeah, it's almost not even worth it to rent your house out in a way, because if you get people who just don't care
So yeah,
and
the vetting
trash the
good.
place, you gotta completely restore it before you can get a new tenant. Whenever
Mhm.
you can get the people to leave, because some will sit it out for as long as they possibly can.
Just set fire to their children as they go to school. They'll get the hint.
Oh, damn!
How about this whole thing too with the COVID now? I don't know how many people didn't have to pay rent, but then that's someone's mortgage that has to be paid, and that wasn't getting paid. Causes this whole, yeah, they got forgiveness, but I don't know. I don't think it was
Yep,
there for the
humans are
mortgage
horrible creatures
holders.
that should be caged.
Anyway,
Yeah. But yeah.
I voluntarily left my house at 18 years old. I wanted to get out of the small apartment we were living in, not share a room with my brother anymore. And so, there was uh, I guess like a boarding house in the area. I guess you would call it a boarding house. It was just like some old lady had a big house and she rented rooms out, and I paid $40 a week for this room and then share a bathroom. But I mean, yeah. But I was 18, working in a fucking deli.
My mum and dad paid $17,000 for their house.
Wow.
Yeah, but they paid it off like for decades.
Mhm.
It's bizarre how that works.
Well, everything's starting to blow up now, Sammy. I mean, with this whole financial crisis, because we've just been in printing money all over the world. We're just in a debt system. That's why things cost so much, because the value of money is just gone, and you need to work, get more and more of it. and wages don't keep up with that. And it's just we're at a time now, yeah, where look what just England did. How they curing their problem? They're gonna just print more money. So now they're gonna go into hyperinflation. It's just a matter of time now. It's a disaster. And the United States is not immune. We're just the cleanest shirt in the laundry basket right now.
We've had an interest rate rise every month for 4 months or 5 months in a row. Every month I'm getting a letter from my bank. Your interest rate's going up. Your interest rate's going up.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it was a low rate.
It needs to. It needs to.
Yeah.
The interest rates actually need to find fun, but it's a little too late now. There's no way they're going to catch up. I mean, here, at least what's going on in the States.
No. A reset is inevitable.
Yeah. They cannot rise interest rates quick enough or even to go past the rate of inflation. It would, yeah. They're trying to do a soft landing, and it's just not going to happen. That's what they're trying to do.
You know what I mean? I can't remember a time when wages were ever in line or kept up with inflation. Was it a thing ever?
I don't know.
I don't know. I've seen a lot of people go through a lot of hardships since I've been alive. That's been my experience. I've seen a lot of that. Although I've seen some people who do really well too. But there's a lot of people who are in the struggle.
See, and I think it's a case of inflation's always been slightly ahead of like everything else catches up. But I think it's a case now that it's speeding up. So like wage rises should keep up, but obviously don't and can't now. And so the cost of living is increasing faster than.
Mm-hmm. And then people are going to spend less money on, like, say, going out and everything. And what happens when people spend less money? Well, especially small businesses can't stay in business because nobody's spending any money. So then they go out of business. And if they can't pay the rent and then, and then the mortgages, it becomes, really a domino effect.
All right. So,
Hey, PC.
so wages has never kept up with inflation. We have attempted to, which is why we established a minimum wage. But as soon as we established a minimum wage, the cost of living kept rising despite stagnant wages, right? So we've lived in a time period although the cost of living is going up, your wages are not going up, right? And that causes a lot of problems. However, this downturn in the economy is expected and compounded at the same time. And the reason it's expected is because we're actually overdue. There's this thing called 7-11, right? Now, I'm not an economist, so I can't go too far into it. But basically what it says is because of the way we've set up the market and because of the way we've set up the economy, every 7 years there will be a minor dip, and every 11 years there will be an even bigger dip, right? Now, that minor dip was expected in 2016, and we didn't get there, right? So that would make, 16. So 2020 should have been 11 years, and that should have been our major dip. Now, you put on top of that, right, the panic, what's going on with the Federal Reserves, coming out of COVID and all the shutdowns. When you add all of these compounding factors onto it at once, we're in a really weird place, right? We're in a really weird place, and people are scrambling because it's not even though we expected to be in a worse place than we were, it's not looking like it's supposed to look like, right? Like usually when you're going into a recession, you have high unemployment, you have higher inflation, you have things like this. Well, while we have higher inflation and while we do have this compounded negative effect on the market, the problem that we're seeing is our employment numbers are actually incredible. Our employment numbers are outstanding. which is actually causing some confusion in how to address this.
Hmm. So,
But if people don't go out and spend money, those employment numbers will eventually. Those employees.
You mean the people who have the money to spend that keep
No,
hoarding
I'm
it?
saying generally
Yeah.
people go out and spend the money.
Well, that's the middle of the line. People are spending money. The people on the bottom are saving because they don't have the money to spend. And when they do spend money, it's some emergency that wipes out their savings and they've got to start all over. The people who have the money to spend to just flood the economy with are the people hoarding the money.
yeah, that's right. That's like I'm all for equal tax rates and that. Even I don't. I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, take all the billionaires' money. Like,
No, just close the tax loopholes.
Take their fair fucking share. You know?
Exactly, just close the tax loopholes. It's like Eli Lilly. How come you can make billions and billions and billions in dollars as profit as a corporation and pay zero taxes? How come you can do that? That shouldn't be possible. Close the damn loopholes.
Yep. But
Hence, consumer flat tax. That's how I see it. But
oh no, if the consumers get a flat tax, corporations should get one too.
right.
And if you can't pay it, close your doors.
No, just on anything you buy, whether you're a company or a person.
Right. Then so the company, not just what they buy, they should have to pay a tax for operating and producing. That should be their tax. If they get to make profit off of us, then they need to pay they need to pay their share for the ability to do so. Don't give them loopholes either. If we're going to treat them as citizens and we're going to give them most of the rights of a citizen, then they need to pay like one.
There's a flat tax, a consumption flat tax. Anytime you buy something, it's taxed. And then everybody pays.
Well, I guess, because you'd have to buy to produce.
Right.
Unless you were vertically integrated. Because if you were particularly clever, you'd just create a vertically integrated company and get around that. That's what I'm saying. So in that case, you should have a tax for operations.
What size? Is there a minimum
I
size?
didn't say what size. I just said if the consumers are being taxed, corporations shouldn't be able to find a way out of it. And if they can through vertical integration, then an additional tax is necessary, or a differently defined tax at least.
Hang on.
Then the consumer just ends up paying more because that's how that tax gets. Anytime the corporation is taxed, that expense is moved on to the consumer.
But at the same time, not taxing them doesn't benefit us in any way. They just keep the profit.
That's why I say a flat tax. Otherwise, anybody can start their own little small business. I mean, here, at least in the United States, right? And you can write off expenses just like a big company does, or any other company.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to do that. I'm not
in Australia.
And I'm not even saying it should be a very large tax, right? Like, because obviously I don't expect, the lady down at Feathered Frogs, it's an independently owned company. I know you don't know what it is. It's like a little mom and pop shop. She does her own, she's a seamstress and she makes her own stuff. I don't expect her to pay a ridiculous amount because I want Walmart or Costco to pay their fair share, right? And so I'm not saying it needs to be ginormous or
But still, her supplies to do that will go up if you tax the companies that make those supplies.
That's true, but in doing that, you're actually going if you take it that far, right? If you take a consumer tax that far, and it's just not consumers out buying, it's everything bought, then you're going to drive the cost of living up ridiculously high. Because part of the reason that places like Costco and Sam's and Walmart can keep their prices low is because they are buying things for less than other people are buying, right? So if you increased the cost of buying things, you're increasing the cost to the consumer with the taxes on both of them on top of that. And I think that might start to even out rather than be beneficial. I guess it depends on what rate your taxes are, right?
Yeah, I proposed a 3-tier flat consumption tax idea. One tax would be a flat tax for those earning under a certain amount of money, because it seems a flat tax will hurt the poor. Then you have a flat tax for everyone else above that amount. And then the third tier would be a luxury tax, a higher tax for, say, items that are over a certain amount of money.
See, and I would just add a fourth one in there. And I would use it for business and corporations specifically, like not as an individual. That way, they have a chance of starting their business without bankrupting themselves, paying consumption tax, trying to stock their business. But they also can't just vertically integrate, produce everything themselves, and get out of taxes, right? Like I would just create a fourth category.
But they're
outside
not
of
getting
consumer.
taxes. They're buying, when they buy products, whatever, to run their business, they're paying a tax.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't, like, part of me would want to, they would be paying taxes that way, right? But I was saying part of me would want to waive that, because my concern would be that in trying to start a business and stock your shelves to have things to supply, you can actually bankrupt yourselves through the consumer tax for all the things you're buying just to stock your business, right? So part of me would want to waive that, but not wanting them to get out of taxes altogether. I think I might have to create a fourth category just to define it a little differently for businesses and corporations versus like commercial, like consumers as a person.
You're creating a loophole now.
Not a loophole, a different category, so that they're not being punished for being entrepreneurial, but they're also not being asked to pay more because of it. Because if I go to the store and I buy 3 things, you know, I'm being taxed on those 3 things I buy. But if I'm trying to open a business and I've got to stock those shelves, it's a lot of taxes to get through, right? Like I don't want to punish them, but I don't want to give them loopholes either.
Well, yeah, you certainly want to encourage people to start businesses, you know. Yeah, I don't know. You kind of get like an exemption, a startup exemption, I guess.
Like initial,
you know,
like a startup wave, and then you have to it just kicks in after that, like after first quarterly profits or something.
Yeah.
What do you mean by like vertically? Like I'm trying to like wrap my mind around that.
So a vertically integrated company is a company that doesn't have to go outside of themselves to get what they need. For example, who's a company that's trying to vertically?
A monopoly.
Jody.
Like,
No, not like a monopoly. Okay, here's an example. Tesla. They're not completely vertically integrated. They're trying to, right? But like Tesla is not the only car on the market. They don't have they don't have the market cornered, right? You can go buy a Ford, you can go buy a Honda, you can go buy a Rivian or a Neo, or you know, they have competition, right? And the reason I say they're not perfectly integrated is because they're still going outside of Tesla for their chips, but they want to change that, right? So everything that they do, almost everything that they do is done in-house, right? The building of the car is done in-house. The parts are made in-house. The thing is put together in-house. The design came from in-house. The patents are in-house. Their engineers are in-house. Everything is Tesla owned, and they want to make their own chips so that they don't have to get chips from an outside source, right? So if they produce everything and make everything that goes into the car, and then they sell the car, they're not really buying materials from anywhere, right? So, okay, let's take the feathered frog lady I mentioned earlier. She's a seamstress. She makes her own stuff, right? Now, you could say that, yeah, she has to buy the fabric, therefore she has a consumer tax, right? But if let's say her cousin was somebody who knows how to make the fabric itself, and her cousin and her uncle has a farm, right? Well, she can get the cotton from her uncle's farm. Her cousin can make the fabric. She can make the clothes, and she has spent no money to stock her shelves. Vertical integration.
Okay, so when you say that, you're meaning the company doesn't have to
It needs
pay any
nothing from
pay
outside
for
sources.
it
Yeah.
needs no materials or anything. Everything can be okay. I get
If
that.
you're perfectly if you're like obviously there aren't many companies in the world today that are perfectly vertically integrated, right? They at least get their raw materials from somewhere else usually. But there are ways you can vertically integrate. Certain companies are starting to take advantage of that today. And I would think that it can create a loophole if you're not having to buy the materials you're using to stock your shelves with.
Right on.
I guess you just got to look at the business plans. Be like, oh, you want to open a clothes shop, huh? And your cousin has a farm. Let's look at these details more.
So you want it like your idea of a better economic system would be to where you couldn't achieve vertical integration.
No, I think okay, I don't have a problem with vertical integration. It's pretty efficient actually, right? It tends to speed up the process a lot because you're relying on local things rather than things being imported. Um, I think my only problem with it was in a flat tax, it's just a natural loophole for businesses, not for the individual, just for businesses. It would be like the mom and pop shop probably doesn't have a stand a chance of vertically integrating, right? But Walmart could, or Costco could. All they would have to do is take their profits and buy out some of the farms, right? Um, some of the initial labor, and then it's in house. And so if if and unfortunately, I have come to believe that if there is a way for greed to prevail, men will find a way to make it, right? And so even if we took out all the other loopholes and we had a flat consumer tax, I think those who could afford to would definitely try to get around it in that manner.
A way to get it to where greedy people have a really difficult time being greedy. That would be ideal.
That's the problem, though. How do you do that without being punitive to those who were never greedy to begin with? You're muted, Sammy.
Dear, oh dear. It's kind of like a one-way valve, isn't it? The greedy can be greedier, but you can't. If you de-incentivize being greedy, you punish everyone, sort of thing.
Well, isn't that one of the ideas for government is for a government to help regulate and make sure people's rights are not infringed upon or taken advantage?
Yeah, but then you have to look at who the government considers a people, right? For example,
Yeah.
during the reinterpretation of the 14th Amendment, that was a problem, right? So we wanted to be able to sue corporations because we're a very litigious nation, and all great, right? But in order to sue somebody, they had to have standing in the court, which meant they had to be a legal individual, which means certain rights have to extend to corporations just as they do to people, right? Unfortunately, we took that way far and said that that also means that they can spend their money on as a political voice They can spend an unlimited amount of money, and it doesn't have to be traceable, which is how both parties got bought, honestly. I mean, adding that on top of lobbyists, they just screwed us.
How
But
do we get a third party in?
so corporations are legally individuals in this country. That's why I said I would purposefully separate them in the tax code so that they couldn't take advantage of legally being an individual.
Okay. And why do you think politicians aren't keen to make that happen?
Why would you? What? Okay, let me put it
It's
this way.
profitable to them.
Right. So what happens is these corporations, because they're legal individuals, we've decided that they can spend an unlimited amount of funds as a political voice, and we don't get to trace that, right? So a lot of times they'll pay directly to candidates, and a lot of times they'll put their money in what's called a super PAC. And this super PAC is thrown out all over the place. But anyway, the point is, like, if you add that backdoor where you can sit down with Crayola or Coca-Cola or, Chevron's CEO, and they're lining your pockets and saying, hey, this is bad for our bottom line, but if you do what's good for us, we'll contribute even more next campaign, right? And then you have lobbyists in there saying, oh, we'll give you this and we'll give you this and we'll give you this if you give us that, and we'll give you. Are you representing them or the people at that point? Right? Like, that's why I say both sides are bought, and it doesn't matter, because like they are both bought. They have the elites in their ears. They have corporation money lining their pockets, and that corporation money is what's funding their million and billion-dollar campaign ads and runs, right? So who are they going to represent, us or them?
Yeah, I see. So, how do you change the laws when the lawmakers are the problem?
That's the saddest thing, is we didn't change the law. It was simply the reinterpretation.
Yeah, but I mean, moving forward, how do we, if we want to,
kill the two-party system and elect average people who aren't fucking billionaires?
yes, but how do we do that when to do that we have the people who make the laws have to make that happen? But
I think the only possible way out, right? In my opinion, the only possible way out without going down fast before coming back up, right? Like, without going too far down from where we are now. I think the only possible out is for enough people to stop voting for Republicans or Democrats. Just stop. Okay. Right? I think it's ridiculous that we have a system that would
still have the power.
If we would use it, yes, right? Like, that's the sad thing, is like, we don't use our power, right? Like, first of all, I think it's ridiculous we allow people to get away with running off of recycled sound bites and party lines. You should be up there with ideas, because if you don't have ideas, you shouldn't be up there. I think it's ridiculous that it takes millions and billions of dollars to run in the first place, right? It's all just ridiculous theater. Exactly. That's all it is.
Because only rich people can do it.
Right. It's all ridiculous theater. Either you're rich or you're bought. One of the two. Otherwise, you're not on that stage. And that's just the truth of the matter. And so I think we have power in two ways that we refuse to use. And one is, we could just avoid both parties altogether. The problem is, too many people have convinced themselves that if you avoid both parties, you're throwing your vote away because everybody else is voting for one of the parties, right? And so if we could get past that mentality and just stop voting for either party, we'd be making a step in the right direction. The other thing we could do and don't do is spend our money wisely, right? In a free market, your money is the biggest power you have. There are certain brands that I will not buy because they are related to people I will not support. There are certain brands I don't buy because they're owned by the Koch brothers, and I can't stand the Koch brothers. I can't stand what they do. I can't stand what they stand for. I can't stand what they say. I do not buy their products. But there are not a lot of people out there who are going, oh, you know what? Dixie and Brawny are owned by the Koch brothers. How about I buy this great value instead, right? There's not a lot of people out there doing that, and that's a problem, because I think you would find that your voice matters a lot more when you stop giving people you disagree with your money.
Yeah, you're funding them. You're. It's like an endorsement in a way. I tell you what, I had some shit flung at me just for bringing up the Howie Hawkins, which is a Green Party, back when Donnie and Biden were, um, when that election was going on, and just by like mentioning his name and like mentioning another party, I yeah, people got very short with me very quickly. I found it strange. Like, you don't even want to like hear what the guy has to say or anything. This is another option. These are, I mean, I don't think most people knew who the other people were that were running in the race. There were, I can't remember all their names right off the top of my head, but there's like 5 or 6 people that were actually running for to be the president.
Yeah, but they don't get stage time, and they don't get airtime, and they don't get invited to the debates. Why? Because they don't have the money to be throwing around. And because they don't have the money to be throwing around and their voice doesn't get out there, they don't get invited. And because they don't get invited, people don't pay attention. And on top of that, a lot of people don't look at that stage and see the candidate and the candidate's ideas, right? They look at that stage and they see validation of their own ideas, right? They're not looking at the guy or the candidate and what the candidate wants. They're looking at the color of his tie and the party line sound bites that he's standing on. And that in itself is not a great place to be in politics.
No. But yeah, you had some really good solutions that I think it's, to people like us, it's sometimes a bit obvious. So I don't think we say it enough. But like you were mentioning about avoiding certain brands, and being smart with your money, voting for the right party.
Person, not party. I think we should get rid of that. I think we should get rid of parties.
Yes.
I don't think you should be able to stand up there and tell me I don't think you should be able to stand up there and tell me I'm running as a Republican. I don't think you should be up there. I don't think you should get up there and tell me I'm running as a Democrat. You shouldn't get to tell me those things, right? You should get up there and tell me what you want to do and your ideas, and that is it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is just essentially an independent.
Yes, I think everybody should run as if they are independent. I think these labels are part of the problem. Yeah, the labels and the tribalism is part of the problem.
Yep. The GOP. It's like a boys' club. Oh.
Like George Carlin said, it's a big club and you're not invited.
Yes. Love Carlin.
Did you just say you loved Carly?
Carlin. George Carlin.
Oh, Carlin. Okay.
I might love Carly too. I'm not sure who you're talking about though.
Carly Simon?
She was actually my favorite Republican from the 2016. She was on the Republican side, but she was actually my favorite candidate from the 2016 elections. Out of the ones who hit the stage, let me rephrase. Not out of everybody who ran, but of everybody who made it on stage, Carly was my favorite. She didn't
I
get
did
much
not get to
airtime.
hear. I didn't get to hear from her.
Yeah, they didn't let her talk much. She made it on stage, but they still didn't let her talk much, did they?
Oh, yeah, I have no clue who she even is.
So like what happens when they run is you have primaries first. So you'll have like five people, 6 people on the Republican side. You'll have, 6 or 7 people on the Democrat side, and they're all putting their bid in to be the party's representative, right? So then you have primaries, and in these primaries, which I hate, somebody needs to get these swing states under control and smack them up because they keep deciding we have to choose from the worst both sides have to offer over and over again for no fucking reason. Anyway, the reason it came down to Trump versus Hillary is because during the primaries,
Are you on
Democrats
blood pressure medicine?
during the primaries, the Democrats decided, oh, we like Hillary best, so Hillary's going to be the person we run on our party ticket, right? And then on the Republican side, I was like, Carly, give it to Carly, and everybody was like, no, we like Trump, so Trump's going to represent the Republicans on the ticket. Right. And so once it came to that, you didn't see Carly anymore after the primaries. But before the primaries, Carly was around for a little bit.
I think Tulsi Gabbard was somewhere in that mix too, wasn't she?
Probably, but I don't care for her much. She's too bold-faced liar for me.
Oh.
Ooh.
Tulsi Gabbard, when you run on something and then you do the opposite, and then you run on something and you do the opposite, then I don't trust anything you fucking say. So that's just, she's done in my book. She's a write-off. I can't trust her. Even if I like what she does. If it's the opposite of what she said she was going to do, then I don't trust you. Go away.
Can't trust those dirty Hindus.
It had nothing to do with her religion. I just think she's a bald-faced liar.
Trust those Hawaiians.
Say one thing and do another.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you do that consistently, right? Like if you say something and then you do another, I might think, okay, you changed your mind. But if you consistently say one thing and do another, then I don't fucking trust you. I have zero respect. It's gone.
You're a liar. Yeah.
Exactly. And that's exactly how I feel about her.
I think that's how most people feel about most politicians. So now how you change that?
Most politicians, yes.
Perception of a politician.
I will say I can disagree with you and still respect you, though.
Yeah.
A lot. For example, Bernie Sanders will always have my respect. Whether I agree or disagree with what's coming out of his mouth, that man will always have my respect. He has been consistent and consistently fighting for the same things his entire damn career.
What if you're consistently wrong? Do you respect somebody who's consistently wrong?
That's what I said. I said I can respect somebody I disagree with.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know if I can respect someone who's consistently wrong and doesn't learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
Trump.
Yeah, I was about to say
right?
that.
Yeah. He's got to rein his tongue, man.
No, not just his tongue, his practices, everything. Everybody's like, oh, he's such a great businessman. When was he a great businessman? His only successful business is being run independently by people not him, right? Everything else, he's just thrown his name at. He hasn't run anything. He tried to run the casinos and ran that into the ground and didn't pay his workers. He's bankrupted himself multiple times. He wants to pretend he stands on his own 2 feet because daddy gave him a small $1 million loan.
This morning.
Does anyone else
He's on
find
a
it
rant.
hilarious that he's turned his rallies into church services?
What?
No, I don't find it. I don't find it hilarious.
No, like it's really scary. But the people in the crowd are like, you know, when people in church they're standing with their hand.
Oh, that's not a Jesus thing. That one is a QAnon thing. Yes. Okay.
So but they're playing the music.
Yes, that's a QAnon thing.
He's talking heaps hypnotic.
The one finger up. That's a QAnon thing.
Is it?
It is.
But they do it in church.
Yes,
They've
but
always
no,
done it
they
in
put their
church.
hands up in church. You put your hands up,
Oh,
but putting
yeah.
that,
Okay.
but putting that one finger. Okay, and that's why it started out hands up. If you watch the crowd, they put their hands up, right, all religious like, and then you start seeing it drop to one finger, all over the
I
crowd.
got one finger for him. Actually, I got two of them.
But no, it's the reason I don't find it funny is because it's intentional. It's part of this whole Christian nationalism movement and trying to pretend like Christian nationalism just means you're a good Christian American. And it doesn't. That's not what it means. And there's a real big push from Christian nationalists. Actually, there has been one for quite a long time. The Supreme Court we have right now has been a goal of theirs for decades. And they've been working on it very quietly and very diligently for decades, and they got what they wanted.
Conspiracy.
No, that's not a conspiracy. That's true. You can follow the money, and the receipts are there.
Like, conspiracy doesn't mean it's false.
Oh, okay. Well, the point being, they have been working on this very, very diligently, right? And they don't, despite popular belief, they don't necessarily want the presidency. They would like Congress, but they don't even necessarily need it. In their blueprint, they wanted the courts, and they got it. But there's 7. That's why they're called 7 mountain dominionists, because of their reference to 7 mountains in Revelation, but also because of the 7 areas in society that they think they need to conquer to control everything. And they also think that like they need to help like bring about Armageddon, but that's a whole nother tangent, the bringing about Armageddon thing. But so they think they need education. I'm interested. They need education, they need the courts, they need like all these different things. And that's part of how, it became so religious. QAnon started out like a political cult, and it became a very, very religious one. And that's why you have all these televangelists.
Who are these QAnon? I mean,
that's
all around. It's like, who are these
okay,
people?
so QAnon started out there's a lot of them, and actually I would say QAnon extends further than even their own cult. Well, hold on, I'll get there. Because and no, it was all 4chan and 8chan dumps. It was all 4chan and 8chan dumps. Now they have communities. Hold on. So it started out a political cult, and it was I don't know how it got so far, because if you trace it back to its core, right, like this adrenochrome and Democrats are drinking babies' bloods and all of this, it comes back to this QAnon idea, these QAnon dumps. And it started out like a kind of like recycled Nazi propaganda tropes, right? And except the Democrats were evil, and the Democrats were the elites, and the Democrats were doing blood libel, right? And it started out like kind of a political cult, but then it became very, very religious, and they started drawing in a lot of evangelicals, not just white nationalists, but a lot of like evangelicals and a lot of Christians.
QAnon meaning?
You know what? Hey, Pixie, let me interrupt because this goes back even further than all that. Because Anonymous started before QAnon, and Anonymous was a movement that was against the bankers, and it was Wall Street. It was a whole movement of people who
were going to change everything.
Yeah,
right. But one day
this hijacked.
Yeah, it got hijacked by this guy who made this drop. He called himself Q. That's why it's called QAnon, because he called himself Q, and he said that he had Q level clearance, right? So that's where QAnon comes from. And he made this quote unquote drop, which it's theorized that it was supposed to be like, one of those games that people take real world. They theorized that it was supposed to be something like that. He just dropped these cryptic, the storm is coming, this is happening. And people started like trying to decipher it and read clues into it, right? Well, when they started doing that, leaders in these QAnon interpreter influencers started popping up, and these groups started building around them. And this happens for so long that we get to a point now where we have televangelists saying that Trump is the Messiah, and he's Jesus, or he's like Jesus. He is the Messiah of our time, and he's so great that time will be known as going forward. Time will be known as before Trump and after Trump, because he's been anointed to usher in the end times and like all this crazy shit. That's how we got here, and it's weird because it all started out recycled Nazi propaganda. And the scariest thing is there are people who
With
have
that,
never
I'm going to
heard
drop out. I'll have to go. I'll maybe see you guys later.
Okay.
Good
And
night,
the,
Rojo.
and the scariest thing is there are people who have never heard of QAnon who espouse QAnon beliefs because it's traveled so far.
Yeah. Their narrative has become a part of society's narrative.
Folklore. Yeah. It's
And it worked to make every person on the left, anyone who is not on their side, you're like demonized through their little narrative that they got going on.
Oh, yeah. And that's what cracked me up when they got all up in arms and they were like, oh, Biden said some extremists are semi-fascist. He's so divisive. I was like, divisive? You guys have been saying that Democrats are demons and possessed and pedos and drinking the blood of babies and the enemy of the state, and you want to go shoot them, and they're fascists. But extremists are semi-fascist. Yeah, that's the divisive statement.
Yeah, it's a backwards, mixed up, crazy world. It really is.
I don't know. People are starting to scare me. In school, I was very confused about how anybody voted for Hitler, but I look at things happening around me and I'm like, oh, you would have voted for Hitler. I see you.
how I did. We lived it. We went. How the did Trump become the president of the most arguably
No,
the most
not
powerful
even that.
country?
Not even that, because I
Like,
predicted it. I said he's going to be our president, and I am not looking
well,
forward to
people
this.
like you would have predicted Hitler as well.
Yeah, I guess. But the second time, it was the second run. That's what got me, right? It wasn't the 2016 run. It was the 2020 run. I was like, he showed you all this. He played into all of this. And you still want to vote for him? I see you. I see you. You would have elected Hitler.
Yeah. But what's with the like? Do you think that it's just folklore that women orgasmed to Hitler, to his speeches?
Yes, that
I
is
would-
what that's the first time I've heard it, and I'm gonna call bullshit right now.
Well, hold on.
You've never heard that.
Hold
did
on.
you?
No, I've never heard it either.
I've
And
heard
I'm going to
Bob.
say,
You've never heard it.
one, I'm going to call
Whoa.
bullshit. But playing devil's advocate here, playing devil's advocate, I am sure there were some sadistic fucking women in some loony bins somewhere who absolutely fucking did.
No. This is crowds of women. Like
No. Like, you mean like
Beatlemania gone stupid.
I would imagine if you did, okay, again, I would say not crowds of women. I would say maybe a couple of like fanatic zealots who didn't quite understand what was going on, who maybe had their world changed because of him, and I'll explain that in a minute, might have done that, and the rest of the crowd might have played along, like out of fear, oh, I love you, but I wouldn't see like that actually happening. The reason I say some brainwashed idiot whose life was changed is because while the Jewish people were being, sent to concentration camps and all of that, I think part of what allowed society to turn a blind eye was because things improved for them, right? People who couldn't afford housing before were now in the housing left behind by the people taken away, right? So they had improvements in their lives in a way that I think allowed them to maybe turn a blind eye. Does that make sense? So if all you're focusing on is how things are so much better for you now, then I think maybe you could talk yourself into that kind of place. If you had a mind that would allow you to, anyway, you know.
If your perspective was only like what you saw inside of your blinders, you're like, oh, everything's great around here. This is good. But take away the blinders, and if you're able to look around and be like, damn, that's unfair. That's not cool. We're
Yeah.
doing what now?
Yeah. Like, it's what I'm saying. Like, if you grew up in Hitler's youth, maybe, you know, but.
Just never know how you look through someone else's eyes.
Yeah. Well, and not just blinders. There was a lot of fear, right? Like, they were tripping over themselves
yeah.
to turn in their own neighbors. That's because if you're turning in your neighbor, they're not looking at you, right? It's just like Hitler gets a bad name, and he should have one, don't get me wrong.
Right.
But we leave out all the people under him, right? Like, he didn't necessarily go implement all of these things. For example, it's like before the concentration camps, he went after, what was it? The group homes for the disabled kids and things like that. Well, basically what had happened was this guy had come to Hitler, and he's basically like, look, I can't take care of my family. I can't feed all my kids. I can't do what I need to do. And this particular kid, he takes way too much time, he takes way too much energy, and he takes too much resources from the rest of the family because, you know, he's disabled, he's special needs, he's all that. Can I just, like, euthanize him, basically? Well, Hitler went on, not only allowed it, he went on this rant about, you know, how these wastes, they were wastes on society and wastes on the resources and wastes on this and wastes on that. Did he say go out to these group homes and kill all these children? No. But after that rant and after giving permission, he had a bunch of people underneath him, right, who are all competing to impress him, who are like, oh yeah, let's go implement this, let's go implement that. He agrees with this. Because despite all Hitler's terrible, terrible beliefs, he didn't have to order a whole bunch. He was very big on, like, leave things alone and they'll sort themselves out. And he would go on these rants, and people underneath him would, like, scramble to go implement all this shit, right? So, I mean, it's very much a group effort, despite what we like to tell ourselves. And, oh, Hitler was so evil. He was, but it was a group effort.
Do you want to hear the results to my search?
Yeah.
So I searched, did women supposedly orgasm at Hitler's speeches? And the first result is Adolf Hitler performed a sick sex act in a cinema. Then Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun had sex without touching. Because he was so fanatical about hygiene. Oh my God. Hitler had sex with his clothes on and 9 more weird myths. A psychological analysis of Adolf Hitler. And everything you need to know about Hitler's missing testicle.
Huh.
So many questions. So many questions. So there you go. I can't find anything. So I don't know where I learned that, but I learned that at quite a young age. So I've spent a large portion of my life believing that it was claimed, not that it happened, but like it was said about him that women.
It's probably a rumor he started.
Yeah. But I can't seem to find anything about it. So. That's exactly what happens when Trump's sycophants right now.
I agree. It's very scary. People say, what's the worst thing about Trump? And I'm like, the worst thing about Trump is his fucking cult.
followers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because like there's a certain, is it QAnon? It is QAnon that think
The ones that think he's a messiah,
he's,
like savior.
yes,
Yeah, that's QAnon.
divinely
He's anointed by God. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's QAnon. But the problem is a lot of these beliefs have seeped out of QAnon and into people who don't even know about QAnon. Right? So they have all these QAnon beliefs that they wholeheartedly believe in. They probably don't even know it came from QAnon.
Yeah, it's going to take a massive push to get people to think about and examine the ideas that they promote. A massive freaking push to get people out of that mindset. So I don't think it's healthy at all. I've heard some things espoused in my local area that, like, I was really shocked at what I was hearing. But
What sort of things?
I'm right there with
like
you.
there's people who literally, like, they venerate the hanging tree that is in our town, and like it's a special place, and it's something that they want to see return. They want to be able to start hanging people again. There are individuals that want to see this happen again, and
Yeah.
they think it's going to happen again. They think that
Those radical leftists are going to be hanging from those trees.
yes.
Yep. I've heard that one. See, I live in a similarly demographic area, I suppose. I hear a lot of stuff like that too. And it's very disheartening. Somebody asked me one time, like, they said, I feel like years ago when we first met, you leaned more to the Republican side. And I said, honestly, where I lean really depends on what's being discussed. But I'm going to be completely honest when I say that living in a Republican MAGA area has made it so hard to sympathize with the right that I do find them more repulsive now than I ever have.
Yeah.
It's just the more I continue to learn about the party, it's like, whoa, like, and I would like to seek peaceful, resolution to the issues that we face.
Well, you can do that with some moderates, but there's a particular set that, unfortunately, there is no compromise, right? There is no working with them. They don't want to find middle ground. They want to kill the opposition, period. They just want them dead. That's it. And they will say no to everything the other side wants and yes to everything the other side doesn't want, because that's all it's about for them.
So sorry, oh, walked away. So speaking of that, what are your thoughts on Mitch McConnell?
Mitch McConnell's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
And he helped stack the Supreme Court in that
But
manner.
do you think, so do you think that that's what he does? Like, he votes the way he needs to vote, not on what's, like he's got an agenda, basically, is what I'm saying.
He does have an agenda. Now, Mitch McConnell, and okay, it's like, there are two types of agenda that really happens in Congress. And you see those two types in people like Mitch McConnell and Joe Manchin. Well, I can even throw Nancy Pelosi in there on the Joe Manchin side, and I'll explain why in a minute. So, you have people like Mitch McConnell, who got his feelings hurt decades ago, made a grudge-based statement, sort of a promise, and has spent the following decades carrying that promise out very slowly and very strategically, right? He got his feelings hurt, and over a Supreme Court appointment, and he made the statement, I'll never let a Democrat put someone on the bench again. And he didn't. And he played it very strategically, and he played it very slowly, and he played it very well. And he is part of the reason for the ridiculous radical Supreme Court we have today. But then you take people like Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell, and they're going to vote the way they need to vote for their pocketbook. And that's just the way it is, right? You have the insider trading going on. You look at Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin ran as a Democrat, but he's very, very, very pro fossil fuels. Why? Why do you think that is? Well, because he gets more money from his investments in the coal industry than he does from his actual congressman's salary. So which one is he more motivated to protect, and who is he going to vote for, right? The one that lines his pockets. And so those are the two like prevalent types of agendas in Congress today. Like, either I got my feelings hurt and I don't like your side, so I'm going to do everything to ruin what you want and everything to push what you don't want. Or I got elected and now I'm just going to do whatever I can to milk all the money I can out of it, right? Or to stay in power, right? It's either power or money, or it's I got my feelings hurt and I'm going to play petty. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
Why'd you ask about Mitch McConnell?
Because someone said something about being, I just vote a certain way to stick it to the other person. It made me think of him because he votes opposite to like the party that he's on all the time. Constantly. He blocks everything that they try and...
I think you mean Manchin. Mitch McConnell's a Republican, and he does everything he can to be a thorn in the
Manchin.
Manchin, he's the one that I think is about. Okay, so Mitch McConnell's the one I think that got his feelings hurt, right? And he made that statement, and he did everything he could to live up to it. Joe Manchin, yes, he's just protecting profit and power.
Yeah.
Right, he's protecting his own pocketbook. He, like I said, he gets more money from his coal industry investments than he does from actually being a congressman. So even though he ran as a Democrat, when it comes to voting on something that's going to hurt coal or the fossil fuel industry, he's going to vote against it, no matter what the rest of the Democratic Party wants, right? He very much votes in the interest of his pocketbook and in the interest of maintaining power. Because not only would he lose money were he to vote against the coal industry, not only would he lose money from his investments, but he would also lose money from the lobbyists. He would lose money from the coal mining industry itself that supports him when he runs. He would lose a lot. And so, yeah, he's voting in self-interest.
And are these people senators?
Yes, Joe Manchin, Mitch McConnell, and Nancy Pelosi are senators.
Does
Now, Nancy
someone
Pelosi will
think-
vote with the Democratic Party way more often than not, but she's still very big in the insider trading and lining her pockets and that stuff.
Damn, I forget what I was going to say now. Oh, senators. How long does their term last? Like, do they have to keep getting voted in?
Oh my gosh, hold on. In the House, it's every 2 years, right? Is this, I want to say it's Is it a 4-year term or a 6-year term? Hold on, I have to look that up.
Yeah, I don't know these numbers. I don't know how long they get to stay in there.
Because the question is, how does someone like that stay in power so long? Like Manchin. What Democrats vote for him? You know what I'm saying?
Myself when I looked it up. Okay, so I was right the first time. It's 6 years. Senators are 6 years. House of Representatives is 2 years. And the
Wow,
president's
that's
every
much
4
longer
years.
than I would have guessed.
Yeah. Yeah. But you have two. The reason it seems like it's not 6 years is because you have 2 senators and they're not elected at the same time. Right? So one seat will be running. And then a couple years later, the next seat will run. So you're not electing both of your senators at the same time, usually. I think you elect one. I want to say you elect one around actual election, like presidential elections, and you elect another one around midterms. The House has to run every 2 years. So you're electing them at midterms and at elections.
And so it brings me to my next question while you were gone. So who votes him in? Manchin.
The people from his district. Okay, well, his
So
state.
that's
Okay, hold
what
on.
blows my mind is that the Democrats are voting for him and keeping him in power.
Well, is it the Democrats or is he getting
or other Republicans voting him in?
Exactly.
Wow.
So it's weird how you get elected, right? So if you're running for the House of Representatives, you run in your district, and your district elects you. If you're running for state senate, you run for your state, and the state elects you, right?
Right, but who's the state? The people.
And that's the problem, because it goes into how does that state run their elections, right? Because if you look at our general elections are not a popular vote, right? And that's why we have such a problem with gerrymandering, because people can go in and say, oh, we'll just, if I want, this group voted this way and this group voted this way, and it led to this outcome. But if I want this other outcome, then I can just redraw these district lines, and I can give my party a majority over here and my party a majority in this district, and it'll even out and my party will win, right? So that's why you have gerrymandering. That's why you have districts that have the most ridiculous shapes. You'll have districts drawn at the most ridiculous angles, districts intersecting other districts, and that's why they're redrawing the lines to try to give their party a majority, right? So then it comes down to, does your state or your district do a popular vote type election, or does your state or your district do more of an electoral college type election? Because then that plays a lot into your district lines, especially when you're voting for state representative outside of your district representative.
What's up, Big Z?
Hello. Hi.
Hey, Zebra.
Hi there. Hi, thanks. I didn't want to interrupt you, so I came in a little, was slow to speak. But were you saying there's hope for fixing the electoral districts in the?
No, I was saying that having an electoral college process rather than a popular vote process is part of the reason America has so much trouble with gerrymandering and the redrawing of district lines to give false majorities in districts.
Yeah, it's just that I think there have been several times when challenges have been made all the way to the Supreme Court to fix this.
Yes,
but
as a matter of fact, it wasn't that long ago that one of the gerrymandering maps got pushed all the way to the Supreme Court because it had gotten denied, and they wanted to push it through. So it went all the way to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court actually said, yeah, that's not in any way fair, and that's ridiculous. Go redraw it.
Oh,
Right, but
okay. Well,
but it doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes they're like, yeah, go ahead, keep it, and it's terrible, you know.
well, the congressional districts there's something like 500 of them. So I imagine it might take 500 plus lawsuits to make a real change.
I think they just need to stop. They just need to put a stop to it, right? Like we're not gaining any more territory at this point. Draw your district lines and leave them alone. If people move around and the demographics change, people move around and the demographics change. Do better. Fight harder. Don't, just draw the damn district lines in a way that makes sense.
Yeah.
And leave it alone. Stop changing it. Just leave it alone.
Well, it might be possible to do that on the state level. So in Texas or New England,
yeah.
If you manage to, on a state level, get them to decide on a congressional district commission to redraw them and to draw them fairly. My thought is that suppose you had, just say, a generic state that had one major city and the rest was rural. So do you carve up the congressional districts in the shape of a pie so that they each get a cut of the city? Or do you carve up it so there are plenty of rural districts and plenty of city districts, but they don't really cross over?
I think when they're drawing district lines, part of what's considered is the population level. That's why one district can look really tiny and one district can look really massive. It's because they're trying to draw in, if they're doing it fairly, they're trying to draw in a somewhat even population base, right?
Right. In Canada, we like to have it to be about 100,000, but I don't know what the
I don't know what it is here.
Yeah.
But,
how many seats in the House of Representatives?
I'm
just Googling that. Sorry.
I would think, but in my mind, if I was doing it, I think I would divide up. I would have city and rural combined in as many districts as I can. And the reason for that is because the way of life is completely different in the city than it is in a rural area. I've lived in both, right? The priorities are completely different in both of those venues. And so I would want both to be represented in as many districts as possible, right? Because my fear would be if I divided them rural versus city, I'm giving more power to the city people, for one.
Right. What if this tends to drain Democratic voters who are more likely to live in cities, so that the rural outnumbers the city, and thus
that's why I want both in each district, right? So because if both are represented in each district, then each district gives us what's represented most heavily in their district.
Well, if we used my example of the pie, rural might always outnumber urban, and that would mean that in this case, conservatives would always outweigh liberal voters, and you'd have the same problem you have now.
See, and that's why I don't want like a pie so much as like, okay, there are going to be districts that are mostly rural, and there are going to be districts that are mostly city.
Okay.
But in as many as I could, I would try to have a fair representation of both within the district.
Okie dokie. What happened to 420? I arrive and he runs away.
I don't know.
He has kids, so it'll keep him busy.
I don't think the Electoral College is necessary anymore.
You don't think what isn't necessary?
I don't think the Electoral College is necessary.
Oh, okay. Well, so it would just be popular vote?
I mean, there's good and bad to that, I know, but
Yeah.
I would have to say yes. I would
Mhm.
have to say yes. And I understand the worry behind that. I get it.
Sure.
But if you're representing your if you're still electing your district and your state representatives, then I mean, you're not unrepresented in Congress.
Mm. Yeah. You know, it always seems that whatever system you use, there's always a deficit somewhere. But I like
there
your
is.
ideas better than the current ones for America.
Like I wouldn't okay, I would think popular vote would be as dangerous as they say it can be
Mm.
if we didn't have more localized representation, right? But because we
Mm.
have more localized representation, like state senators and district representatives, I don't think it would carry as many negative side effects as they say it would to eliminate it.
Mm.
If the
Yeah.
president was our only representative, right, then yeah, I could understand the concern.
The there is something about the American system I like is where the Senate exists to overrule the tyranny of the majority. So that if the majority are being a bunch of asses, um, but every state has equal representation in the Senate. So minority states can sort of, to some degree, overpower the majority if they have to.
Yes, absolutely. And the House is the opposite, right?
Mm-hmm.
The more heavily populated your state, the more heavily represented you are in the House, right? Like Texas has, like you may have a state that has 2 representatives in the House of Representatives, and then you may have a state that has 4 representatives in the House of Representatives or 8 representatives because it's based on population. So
Right.
the House and the Senate are kind of opposite in that manner. As a matter of fact, because of the last census, this is why it's important to participate in the census, by the way. Because of the last census, was it New York? New York lost a seat in the House of
Yes.
Representatives, and another state picked one up, right?
Mm-hmm.
But had they had like 20 more people, 100 more people answer the census, they wouldn't have lost their seat.
Yeah. There's it is a it's really interesting for outsiders to sort of look into American politics because your stage is so much larger and everything you do is so much more important. Have we lost Tobin? He doesn't seem to be
Oh no, I'm
talking.
listening. No, I
Oh,
I
okay.
am tuned into the conversation.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I just wondered if we'd lost you, but
No,
I'm glad
I'm
we haven't
following
lost
along.
you. Yeah, Shamala Hamla. The so are there other efforts to, I mean, political activism to try and stop gerrymandering? You mentioned that lawsuit. There he
Um,
is, 5420.
I
I
locked
wouldn't.
myself out of the office.
Oh
No.
no, I would.
And yeah, anyway.
No, go
Long
ahead.
story short, they were in my pocket.
Ah,
Idiot.
Um, my problem is there's little grassroots efforts that are A, not getting anywhere, or
mm,
B, are sponsored by a state with a vested interest, like where one party has a vested interest and that party is the one that
right.
takes the suit forward.
Mm,
When there can't be an agreement, and sometimes it's the person being rejected. They're like, screw you, I'll just go over your head and get it approved, right? So
right.
there's that, but I wouldn't say that there's like a organized effort among the people to get rid of it.
Okay.
The people are too busy fighting each other right now.
Yes, and you know, or just oh my God, I have to work 18 hours over the next 24. You know, you don't have a lot of time for political activism if
That's
you're being
right.
worked to death.
You know what else they did recently?
What did they do?
The U.S. They increased the retirement age again.
What is it
It
now?
is now 72.
Oh, I thought you were going
Holy
to say like
shit.
96.
No, it's 72 now.
Jesus
Right. So those
Christ.
important benefits are put farther off.
Kind of, because we don't really have pensions so much anymore, right? That's
No.
another thing that has kind of gone out the window. Pensions are more and more a thing of the past, and your retirement is even what your employer will match has gone down considerably.
Mhm.
So
I
a
bet.
lot of your retirement now is accounts that you're paying into, right? With your own
Yeah.
money out of your wages, because even pensions is like out the window, out the door now, right? It costs the corporations too much, so that's another thing we've slowly gotten rid of is pensions.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, and we raised it from what I think our retirement age went from 59 and a half to 70 and a half, and then a couple years ago they raised it to 72.
Well, they're fine with moving that number around, but they can't make the economic balance out.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying earlier, right? Because of 7/11, we expected it to hit. I just don't think we expected it to hit right after a pandemic. And on top of that, we're in a weird position because usually when you have inflation and you're going into a downturn in the economy, you also have a high unemployment rate that accompanies that. We're in this really weird position right now where we have very, very low unemployment rates. Our unemployment rates look fantastic, but it's not mirroring what that should look like on the other side of the economy, right? So we have inflation and really low unemployment, and that's a really tricky thing.
Yeah. I haven't heard from Jody, or is it Jody?
It's actually Jody.
Good, because I call her Jode, but I've heard people call her Jody, and I've always wondered if I'm saying it wrong, but I still call her Jode.
Okay, well, Jody it is. There you go. Oh, Lordy, how's everything in Australia there, 420?
I think Jody was about to talk.
Oh, I was just getting ready to say my real name is Jody, Jodi, but a friend of mine gave me the nickname Jode, so I just go with that.
It sounds more southern, Jody.
Well, which one do you prefer?
I'll answer to either one.
I have a name, but I don't prefer my name. Pixie is good with me.
I really like that you call your kid Super Munchkin.
Oh, thank you. She's been
appeals.
that since she was like 2.
I forget that you guys are like two groups of my very close friends melding together, and you're all meeting each other for the. And I don't introduce any of them.
Actually,
'cause
no,
I think
Zebra.
You all know each other.
Zebra,
already,
I do know. Zebra, I did know. Yeah.
And I know these three. I guess Jody and I have never really talked that much, but we've been in the same room.
True.
I think Tobin I met here. I think I saw him one time outside of here, but I didn't know who he was. I think Tobin's the one I met here.
I think it was on
Tobin's the Dark
Wildcard's
Emperor.
channel that
Probably.
first time me and you had interacted.
Oh shit! 22 minutes ago.
Oh, what's wrong?
Someone asked for a link.
My real name is Rumpelstiltskin. That's funny. Actually, my real name is so plain. I have a very plain name, and I often got compared to a character from an old TV show.
Really? Like, you mean plain Jane name?
Yeah, I have a very it's probably a pretty common name. It's a very common name. Yeah.
That's hi, Spooky. That was funny.
As a matter of fact, there's someone in the group whose name is my first name.
Well, my name is Steve, so I think we can rule that out.
Yeah. Well, not up on the panel right now, but in like I see them around on panels. And the
Can
first
you
time
rule it out
when
though, Big Z? Can you?
when person kept saying when they kept saying her name, I kept being like, "What?" And then being like, "Oh, they don't even know that. What am I saying?" Like,
Hello, Cindy Plaza. The Cindy, by the way, I got a Twitter message that you had been on a show somewhere, and I sort of thought, gee, maybe I haven't been watching Twitter closely. Sometimes I don't. But if you are going on a show somewhere, please let me know. Because then I'd appreciate it. I'd like to see you doing these shows.
I'll give you a hint. It took place on a prairie. The show.
Cindy?
No.
So, okay.
There was a Sarah in the little house. Now I can't say the name of this show now.
What, Little
Debbie
House on the
just
Prairie?
said- Yeah.
Right show, wrong name.
Right. There was a Canadian show called Little Mosque on the Prairie, and it sort of got worldwide attention, even though it wasn't that good. And it was basically a comedy about people living in Canada's Prairie West who were Muslim.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was kind of a funny name for a show, so people sort of started following it, and it had a lot of guys who did stand-up comedy or sketch comedy in it, so they had good performers. I just don't know. I was just never interested in enough to track it down,
Yeah.
and the commercials for it didn't do much for me.
Correct, Sandy. Except nobody says it right. Nobody says it like my family.
Ah, okay.
Everybody assumes that's either Laura or Laura.
Is it Lorraine?
So heavy on the.
Laura.
It's heavy on the la. They don't. It's not R or it's ah. It's Lara.
Like Lara Croft.
No, that's that. It's in between Lara and Laura. It's Lara.
Lara. Yeah, I can't
Lara.
make that sound.
No, I can't either. I can't even hear it.
But everybody just called me Laura Ingalls, and it made me mad. Plus, there was a lot of Lauras. You know, there was Laura Gonzalez and Laura Wood and Laura Vasquez and it was just ridiculous. So I didn't go by that name very long. But yeah, that's my first name.
Sandy's blown away that you're Lara. Lara. Now you've made me self-conscious about how to say it.
Lara.
I'm just going to keep calling you Pixie.
But that's because it's weird, right? Like mine is an offshoot. Technically, it is supposed to be Lara or Laura, but mine is Lara.
No, there's no Lara. It's AU, which is all. It's Laura.
Laura is Lora.
Oh, that's another way, but LAU is Laura.
Okay, well, it's Lara. Sorry.
That's right.
Or LaRue.
My God, one of my godkids called me Lala.
Aww.
Because he couldn't say. Okay, my godkids, my nieces, and my nephews all called me one of two things: either Lala or Aunt Kiss.
Aunt Kit?
Kiss.
Kiss. Okay.
Aunt Kiss, because they couldn't say ours.
Right. My first name isn't actually Steve, it's Philip. And there are two different stories about how I switched to Steve. One of them is pronunciation, that my brothers and I around the same time couldn't really say Philip. They would say Philip. And so we started calling me Steve. And the other one was that I announced one day that I hated the name Philip. and that I wanted to be Steve. So
I've gone by Chris for so long now. I don't think anybody outside of the family calls me Laura.
right.
I went to school with a guy whose name was Keren, Keren, Keren,
Mm.
and he hated it. But his parents called him Spike, and that's all we ever called him. That's all we knew him as. And eventually legally changed his name to Spike.
Interesting. I know some people like I've known people with really weird names. I moved around a bunch, right? And so like some of them I loved and some of them were just weird. Like I went to school with a boy named Ashley, but it was spelled Ashleigh, and he was friends with Chaddock and Thaddeus. Yeah, Thad Brown.
Poor kids.
And the twins were Shinneconcia and Rishalinka. We called them Chinook and Rochelle.
Okay.
Halinka is not her actual name, but she's changing her name to Halinka, right? Because everybody's called her Halinka her entire life. Her name is actually Helena, but Helena was her grandmother's name, and she's Polish. And in Polish, how you say little Helena is Halenka. So now she's but because everybody's called her that her entire life, she's going to legally change her name to Halenka.
Good for her.
Yeah.
See the exclusives you get if you come and you stay. You've now found out that Steve is Philip. Spooky.
Oh my gosh! Look, Silver and I are twinsies.
Please don't call me Philip, though. I never use it, just on forums.
You'll always be Big Z to me, brother.
Thank you.
So,
That's a way of rolling off the tongue.
I
knew
feel
you
like
had
I should have known that, Silver. I apologize. I think you've told me.
Oh, Ashley, got it. Ashley is the name.
Oh, Ashley.
The Ashleigh. Except the guy.
Yeah,
the same spelling. The guy that I went to school with.
Yeah, the name Leslie is another one that can be for both men and women, but it's usually women.
Except in my case, it was a guy.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
There's lots of those names, though. Like, Ashley was originally a guy's name. But then you have, like, crossover names like Taylor and Jordan and all of those.
I love androgyny, I guess. I love androgynous names. Like, I love boys with girly names and girls with boyish names.
It's hard for me to wrap my mind around that there's names that sound manly and there's names that sound female. Like, I don't know. That is something I have thought about, pondered about.
Send you the link, brother.
Yeah, it's of course traditions are sort of weird, so we end up with these things, or feminizing names.
Well, that and just time alone, right? Because Ashley started out a boy's name. You wouldn't run into a girl named Ashley. That was a boy's name. But now, when somebody says Ashley, what are the chances you think of a guy over a girl? Like, slim to none,
I think
right?
of a soap opera actor who is doing very well in her career.
But now you think of a female, right? Like 200 years ago, that a female would not have popped into your head when that name was said.
I'm sure.
The Ashleys I known that were male, though, went by Ash. Sorry, I cut you off there, Big Z.
Oh,
no, it's all right.
We called him, I think after everybody read The Giver, we called Ashley Asher.
I don't remember The Giver. What is it?
Oh, okay. So everybody loves 1984. And don't get me wrong, it's a good book. It's on my shelf. There are books in that genre that I think were done better.
Mm.
Fahrenheit 451 is one of them.
Mm.
The Giver is another one. Now, The Giver is actually a much lighter reading load. It's a shorter book, and it's actually like junior high reading level.
Okay.
Right? It's not even high school reading level. But the book was so good, and the story was so good. And so what it is it's like, this dystopian future. Obviously, it's in the same category as 1984, but they did it very differently. So what happens is they're in this society, and Jonas is your main character. Asher and Fiona are his best friends. Now
If I can interrupt, bye for now, Jode. Hope to see us again soon.
Oh, later
Sorry,
days,
back to you,
Jode.
Later,
So
Jody.
they live in this society where you don't have any emotions. You take a pill, right? You take this pill because they don't every day, because they don't want you to feel like lust or anger or happy. Like, precision of language is taken very seriously. Like, there's a conversation where Jonas asks his parents, and your parents are assigned to you. That's another thing. You're like a family. You'll be assigned a husband and a child. You don't just. But anyway, so he asks the mother that's been assigned to him one day, like, "Do you love me?" And she gets really confused. She gets really, really confused. She's like, "What do you mean by that? Do you mean, am I proud of you? Am I this?" Like, she's like, precision of language, Jonas. Like, what are you asking me? It's this really weird thing. And so when you meet this character, he's very like apprehensive because he's about to turn 12 and they're about to have this ceremony. Well, you find out why he's so apprehensive, right? Because you get to this ceremony and I think it's like all the 8-year-olds are given bikes, all the 9-year-olds or whatever, all the 12-year-olds are told what their entire future is going to look like. This is going to be your job forever and ever, right? You get put into these categories. So you have some people who are going to be like people who care for the old. You have some people who are going to work in the nursery. You have some people who are going to be assigned to be a birth mother. If you're a birth mother, you get this like lavish life, but as soon as you're not able to produce kids, you get quote unquote released, which is basically euthanized. If twins are born, the one that's not thriving will get released. Things like that, right? So like your entire future is decided at like the age of 12. Well, Jonas, he gets to this ceremony and they tell him that he's going to be the receiver and he's going to be working with the giver. And that really floors people because on one hand, everybody's super, super proud of him. He got this thing that is super, super rare. Nobody ever gets this thing. But on the other hand, he's really scared because the last.
Can I just say that this is all sounding, just in my mind anyway.
Well, hold on. I'll get to what the giver and the receiver.
Sexual.
Well, yeah, that's because you don't know what giver and receiver means yet. We'll get there. The last person who was the receiver.
Yes, I do. Giver.
The last person who was the receiver killed themselves, right? And so it's very much like, oh shit, what am I getting into? So the giver is this old man, and the giver is the only person in this community who can see color. He's the only person in the community who can hold feelings like love and fear and pain and pleasure, like all these things that are forbidden to the community. The giver has all of that, and he holds on to all of that, right? So Jonas is going to be the new giver, and so he's going through these experiences with the giver, taking in these memories that show him, like sledding and then a broken arm, or love, or a red apple, or a rainbow, like everything good but everything bad. He's receiving it because these things are off limit to all of the rest of the community. And it's
sounding sexual.
Yeah.
No. Anyway, if you read it's actually a series of books, and if you read the series, you realize that the person who was appointed to learn from the giver before Jonas, the one that killed herself, was actually the giver's daughter.
Oh.
Yeah, it's really, anyway.
Spoiler.
Well, that's not even in the giver. You have to get two books later in the series to find that out. So it's not even in the giver. But I won't tell you the ending to the giver. But it was just a really good book, and it's short and it's an easy read, and I recommend it.
Yeah,
I was
think
forced to
I've
read.
heard of it. Come on, Jay.
I was forced to read George Orwell for 2 semesters by my English teacher when I was in high school.
2 semesters?
Yeah. Well, it
I've
was a
always
class. It was a class thing where you come into class, everybody opens the book, and then everyone takes turns reading.
Yeah.
I had no choice, you know. I had to be there, and I couldn't not participate. You know what I mean? It's like,
Did you at least get a good book, like 1984 or something, or was it one of more tedious ones?
We were forced to read it 1984 and Fahrenheit 451, I think it is. Yeah.
But Fahrenheit 451, I think, is better than 1984.
Not a good way to read those books.
1984 is better than Brave New World, though.
Really? I like Brave New World more.
Well, okay. I like the concept of Brave New World more. I like the execution of 1984 more, if that makes sense. But I
understand.
I think The Giver beats them both.
1984, imagine a boot striking a human face forever. Something like that. I can't remember the quote now.
Yeah.
But that was a really disturbing image.
I think The Rats in the Cage, or you know what sticks with me most, and this is probably because I'm female, I know. It's the red sash. The red sash the girl wears. That's supposed to represent purity.
Oh, okay. A red sash represents purity?
Well, they wear it because he makes this big deal about her tying. He makes this big deal about her being like in the purity club or whatever, and having that sash like cinched tight around her waist and all of this, and she's not actually pure, quote unquote. But I guess that's why it sticks with me.
Anti-sex League.
Maybe that's what it was called. But but it had to do with purity. I remember that.
This is the actual quote from 1984 is, if you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
Yeah.
That's really chilling to me, and I think he's right.
In certain places, probably.
Well, I think that's an exaggeration of the circumstances we all find ourselves in at one point or another. So I think it's kind of almost like a Barnum statement.
That makes sense.
I think that in Brave New World, the idea that it's just mostly bread and circuses, that we have our entertainment and we make sure we get it. And
I liked Fahrenheit 451.
Yeah, I don't remember that very well. Oh, I misspelt something. Cindy, I meant I really liked Gattaca, not lacked.
But Fahrenheit 451 is where like the firefighters aren't there to put out fires. Like if you're found with like contraband, like art or books or something, they're there to burn everything down. And people are like memorizing parts of books and things like that because you're not allowed to have these things. But my favorite one in that genre is to this day is still The Giver. That was just very, very well done. Lewis Lowry wrote that very well.
Who wrote it?
Lewis Lowry.
Okay. I'll look it up.
In a completely different genre, I'm rereading Small Gods because it cracks me up. Despite being slow in certain places, it's a good book.
Small Gods?
Yes. Have you read it?
No, but I once created a cartoon called, what was it now? What was the title? Shit. Well, the joke is ruined if you don't have the title right, so I'm going to shut up.
Oh,
but,
okay.
It was a one-panel cartoon, and the basic idea was lesser-known gods and goddesses. And there was Sprinkella, goddess of non-jelly-filled donuts. Letor, goddess of unused real estate.
You would really like Small Gods then, I think. So
Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
Small Gods is based on the idea that like anything can be a god if enough people believe in it. And so there were once all these powerful gods that have been reduced to nothing but like jinns or whispers in the wind because they've lost their following, they've lost their belief, right?
Right.
We have the great god Om, and there's this church for the great god Om, this institutional church for the great god Om, and it's very much like a Spanish Inquisition feel, right? Heretics, non-believers being tortured, things like that. Well, there's this tortoise, and he has one eye, and there's also this very, very simple man. He's kind of retarded or
Are you
dull-witted.
telling me it's a one-eyed turtle?
Tortoise,
wow.
yes. Yes.
Is it a one-eyed trouser tortoise?
No.
Yes.
Anyway, so, and that's
Let me interrupt real
honest.
quick. I need to I want to interrupt real quick and just say goodbye to everybody. I have to go take care of some responsibilities. Later, Gio, Steve,
Okay.
Pixie, Sam.
Later, Tobin. Later days.
Real.
See y'all on the other
brother.
side of things.
Right on.
So the great god Om is stuck as a tortoise, right? And Brutus is this like retarded guy. He's very simple-minded, and he works in the monastery in the garden. And he can hear the tortoise talking to him, and they have this conversation, and he's like, well, you can't be Om because Om is powerful, and Om can be anything he wants to be, and Om comes down as an ox and this and that. And he's like, yeah, but I'm stuck because I'm losing my believers. Not enough people believe in me anymore. And Brutus is like, that's ridiculous. Look at this church. Look at this institution. Look at all these people worship you. And the tortoise tells him, no, they don't worship me. They fear the institution, right? And so Brutus goes on this long journey with one of the church elders, and Om accompanies him. But Brutus is the only one that can hear Om. And it's hilarious, all the little smiting the turtle does and everything. It's a really funny book. It gets slow in certain places, but it's a really, really funny book.
Okie dokie. I have read some Terry Pratchett many years ago.
Sorry, go on. You just reminded me of something, Pixie.
Oh, you know that thing that smite that went around with the I hope your crotch is infested with the fleas of 1,000 camels or something. Yeah. That comes from Small Gods. That's one of the turtle smites.
That sounds like something Johnny Carson might say as a Kreskin the Amazing.
I thought that was an actual curse, like may your left ear fall off, and may your left ear fall off and land in your right pocket.
It could be. I just know that the first time I ever heard anybody use it, I read it from Small Gods.
Okay, what was that curse again?
I don't know. He does something about a crocodile, and then he says something about like the fleas of 1,000 camels.
Right.
Infect your crotch or something. It was hilarious.
Okay, I'll do a Google search for it.
Okay, while you look for that,
We lost Pixie.
yes, you can't look stuff up. Check this out. So the premise of this story is it's the opening of a small theater, and they had this classic old Greek film about Hercules, but the sound was faulty. So they're supposed to be making the voices and the sound for the movie as it plays in the back of the theater without the audience knowing. And
Was this like Mystery Science Theater 3000 or something?
I'm not sure what that is, but possibly an Australian version of whatever
Anytime I go to look something up, it's gonna kick me out.
Yeah. And of course, all sorts of hilarity ensues. So here we go. This is just like a chopped up best bits just to give you an idea of it. But I highly recommend you spend the time to watch the whole movie at some point. Oh, they have funny names too. So her name's Labia.
Bertha, not Brutus. I don't know why I remembered Brutus. His name
Hence
is
why
Bertha.
that woman's like, why has that man got his hands on my labia?
Oh,
I was wrong, by the way. The simple man's name is Bertha, not Brutus.
we're not getting any audio off this.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that makes it different. I wonder why you weren't laughing at the... Why has that man got his hands on my labia? Yeah, I thought I did share the audio. Okay, I'm going to try it again. Remove. Share. Share screen. Okay, I'm going to have to look up this one there. Okay, here we go. Sharing audio. Okay, now I have no audio.
That'll teach you.
Oh, I haven't shared it. Talk about
That's exactly what I would do. I'd screw everything up over and over again. So people became enraged and left. There we go. We have audio.
and there's such a build up now, it's probably going to be crap. So,
Ooh. What's that man think he's doing with his hands on my labia?
Don't you just love that music?
Look,
And Labier tells me that you're looking for a new act for your nightclub. Well, look no further. Tie a yellow ribbon round the old oak tree.
well, recognize all those muscles. It's just a pity that the biggest one is between your ears.
Oh, that's unfair. There's nothing between my ears. I'll show her the bitch. I'll break her face. I'll snap her head. No. Calm down, Herc. Calm down. Hey, that's another song I could do in my act. The Great Pretender. Yeah, look, I could come out like this, okay? Oh, yes, I'm a great
It's fine, Hercules, fine. Hurry him.
God, we should clean these cups more often. Look at all the shit in that.
Hercules, it's me, Zeus, your father. Now, I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, mighty one. I am a servant that awaits your command.
Well, that's very reassuring to know. Now listen, Hercules. The reason I wanted you to come to this city was not to appear at the Pink Pantheon nightclub, nor was it, as others would have you believe, to marry young Labier. No. The real reason I wanted you to come here, Hercules, was to openly reveal to the world your true homosexual tendencies.
Homosexual? What? Are you trying to tell me that I'm really a visitor to Vegemite Valley? Oh, come on.
Oh, no. Now listen, Herc. I found you the perfect partner. His name is Samson.
Samson? Is this guy for real or what?
Hey, do you mind? I haven't finished yet. Now, to prove yourself, you must fight Samson. Now, if you win, you can marry Labia. But if you lose, you must marry Samson.
Thanks a bundle, Zeus. Never heard anything so ridiculous in my life. Me, of all people. My God, what if he's right?
Hold here. Hey, Charlie, come on, boys. All in for a drink. Boys, yet. Come on.
What about Samson?
Oh, could be his rival.
Oh, come on, you blokes. We were told to ride like the wind to find Samson.
What do you mean, huh?
You know, ride like the wind. Ride really fast. It's like this. I'll show you.
No, wait a minute. Wait.
Hey, out of here, you. You too. Oh, come on, there must be someone else. But, okay, I love a guy that comes back from order. There you go, pal. Oh, Christ, I've got a great sense of humor, eh? Oh, still there. Oh, still there. Oh, won't go away, will it? Hey, where are you, woman? Oh, there you are. Oh, Bill. Oh, what are you talking about? Oh,
Is
you
that
want me to pay
Hercules?
for all of this?
No, that's Samson.
Oh, okay. So they're mixing Samson and Hercules together? That's weird.
Yeah.
But why not?
Yeah. Sorry, that'll do with that. I watched that all night.
That was thoroughly silly.
Yeah.
I put the link to the Wikipedia page for anyone who wants to explore it a little more.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I guess you have my kind of weird sense of humor.
It reminds me a bit of like Mel Brooks kind of stuff.
Mm. Woody Allen also did a film like this. He took an Asian action movie, bought the rights to it. I think it was called What's Up, Tiger Lily?
Never heard of it.
It's really good. It made me laugh out loud. Of course, this was before we knew that Woody Allen was an extremely naughty person.
Yeah, well, when you said Woody Allen took an Asian, I didn't know where the rest of that sentence was going to end up.
Yeah.
Good old Woody. Woody's Woody.
Mm. Yeah, it's weird how his personal life became sort of another version of his movies. It was just weird.
Which makes you wonder, like, how much of his stuff was real life.
It's a scary thought.
No.
Yeah, maybe I'll find the link for the Woody Allen film too, see if I can find it.
I hate to be that person in no rush. I don't care if it takes you a week, but at some point, check Google, Sammy.
Yeah, I just did.
Here it is. Okay, I found it. I'll put it in public and private chat because I'm cool like that.
Cool.
Yeah, it was a Japanese film, International Secret Police, Key of Keys, and it was kind of funny.
I think I've heard of that, actually. What's up, Tiger Lily?
I don't have the attention span to watch like movies and series, and like I just can't do it.
I can if I'm really into it, which is rare. Like there was what's one series I got sucked into? One of the Stargates.
Yeah.
The one where they're stuck out in space.
Stargate Universe?
Universe.
Yeah, that was canceled way too early. I
Way
really
too
enjoyed it.
early.
You know what I think was canceled too early? Galactica.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I don't think I've seen that actually.
Galactica was so did you ever, or not Galactica, um Capri Caprica. Caprica was canceled too soon.
Yes.
Did you ever see Battlestar Galactica?
Yes.
So Caprica was the prequel to Battlestar Galactica. It's like how the Cylons came about and everything. And it was really good, and it was canceled after like one season, and I was upset.
Mm.
I also thought Firefly was canceled too early.
It sure
Yes, that was a
yeah.
travesty.
The film, I really enjoyed too. I thought that was great.
Serenity. But it did
Yeah.
make me mad because people were like, there was too much packed into this movie, and I don't understand it. Well, no shit, because you didn't watch the series beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I think I've watched a handful of those shows, but I was like, I wasn't into it.
You know, it's funny because it sounds like I watch a lot of TV, and I haven't had cable or satellite or anything like that in over a decade.
Mm.
Everything I watch is like either a documentary on Netflix or something like I've gone out of my way to download to watch.
Right.
Well, a lot of the stuff that I get recommended and I try to find like legally, I can't find legally.
Oh, if I have it, I figured out how to use Google Drive to share it. So.
Hey, if I may say my goodbyes, it's been great hanging out with everybody.
Okay.
Later days. So if I upload it to my Google Drive and send a link to somebody, they can access it at any time.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, as long as you leave it there. See you, Big Z.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I can just upload movies and send or shows and send a link and people can get to it whenever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a view link, just a view view.
To watch it, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you can download it, I'm sure. If I give you the link, you can download it from my drive.
Only if you give them editing privileges will they be able to download it.
Yeah, well, I have a folder specifically for movies and shows.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, because I'm not interested in downloading movies and watching them. So I'm just.
Oh, I figured it out because of movie night on Discord. We need to set the next one, by the way.
Oh, you have a movie night?
Yeah, we watched Memento last time.
I'm on so many Discords with so many movie nights. I can't do it. I don't.
That's okay.
I don't do the movie night.
It is all good.
I have my own Discord, you know. And guess what?
I'm not on it.
You're not on it, and there's no movie night.
That's okay. I'll still go looking for it.
You don't want to be on my Discord because it's about graphic arts mostly, and it's all you won't understand the conversations. It's just not. If you don't know anything about graphics, it's kind of hard to. If I invite people to come, what are they going to do?
Yeah.
I have people there who know nothing about graphics. They can't even interact with me and what I'm doing because they have no clue what's going on. So I don't know what to do. That's why I don't give it out. I don't give out links. It's like the websites. If someone wants to, gimpchat.com and gimplearn.net. Gimplearn.net, gimpchat.com. Boom. There you go. You want to learn graphics? There's two websites you could go to that I'm on that I learned graphics from. So there you go. What more can I say?
Impromptu meeting. Be right back. But I was listening.
I just throwing a plug out there. Gimp chat. Hey, it's coming on. It's almost, that website's been around nearly 20 years so far. It's been,
Wow.
yeah, and there's a couple 100,000 people a couple 100,000 members, and I'm the big cheese over at Gimp Chat. And it's still going strong. Yeah, I'm the high muckety muck.
How long have you been there?
I've been there about 12 years.
Wow.
Going on 12 years. I started out not knowing anything, just being a lurker, just lurking around the website. And then I started learning and posting and learning and posting and posting and commenting and giving people advice and them giving me, and it just snowballed. And now I run the whole show.
Wow.
But I have people that help me, so it's like a team effort.
Yeah.
So I'm not like doing it all by myself. I was doing it all by myself for quite some time. It was becoming laborsome, and I was about to quit. And then I asked for help, and people came and started helping. So now I have at least I have some backup.
That's good. I was going to say, how do you find the time?
Because it's tough to run a website. You know, most of my time maintaining the website has to do with stopping spam, keeping spam at bay.
And
sometimes,
how bad is it?
How bad is it?
And I said, it's that bad, is it?
Oh, it's real bad. Every day I have to log in every day and check what people post, and anybody who joins, I have to check them against a database. So, and there's constantly people joining like every day. So I need people to be there from all around the globe so that we cover all these time tables and time frames. Because I got a guy from Australia who he catches spammers when nobody else is around because he's from Australia. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. It's just keeping people from posting crap about pornography, about their selling shit, and just trying to get people to buy their products or promote their stuff. It's a never-ending battle, man.
Yeah. Even just our company emails get so filled up with shit. And it's like, these emails do not get used for anything. I don't know how they get on lists. It's like these things that are bots that just punch in random words until they get an email. And
yeah, it's an automated.
I don't know.
It's automated. Yeah. It's crazy. But then, mostly it's people don't follow the rules on the website, and then they get upset when they're confronted with the fact that they broke a rule, and then and they get upset and was like, "Well, did you read the rules?" And they think that I'm being like, I'm being confrontational, but I'm not being aggressive. I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Did you read the rules? Because if you did, you wouldn't have posted what you posted, right?
Yeah.
So people get, it's like you can't please everybody, and because the rules are the rules. The rules are the rules, and they're pretty much. It's not a democracy either, because if you don't like the rules, get out. You don't have to stay. It's one of those deals. You don't like the rules, go elsewhere. We're not forcing anybody to sign up. And at the beginning, when you sign up, it says read the fucking rules.
It's
Well,
like
free.
anything that we fucking join up to, we hit I agree. They don't let you in until you do. You don't have to. No one's forcing you to click the I agree button. But if you want that thing, you fucking agree to the shit. You agree to the rules.
Well, that's right. And if you click that I agree, and then you come on the website and start posting things that break the rules,
Yeah.
obviously you didn't read what you checked, you know. Which is, I understand that. A lot of people, that's how people roll. They just go, oh, yeah, whatever, and they don't even read it.
Which is fine. And it's just like
Yeah.
a law that we don't know that we broke. If we get in trouble for it, we're not good. We know we can't say, I didn't know that was a law. Because ignorance of the law means nothing. So, same sort of deal. Like,
well, people, we give them 3 strikes. You know, we give them 3 strikes. If they keep doing it 3 times, we just kick them. We give them the first warning, second warning, and then the third warning, and after that, boom, goodbye.
Yeah.
So they have a chance.
Fair.
They have a chance.
Because I moderate a Facebook page in Australia called Australians for Legalization of Cannabis, and we've got like 6,000 members or something, which for Australia is huge. And so it's constant, like, approving posts and that. But I'm ruthless. So, yeah, if someone, like, tries to sell shit or something, gone, boom. Like, there was 4 rules, and you had to tick each one. So you were forced to read them. And if you break it, I'm not giving you any chances. I just kick them.
Well,
Because
Sandy in the side chat says some of us understand graphics. Well, yeah, I'm sure you do. Especially Sandy's very artistic. Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm just looking at her. So did you do your avatar, Sandy? Your little Celtic sort of vine?
Yeah, it looks like a heart, right?
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely Celtic, has Celtic vibes with all the unders and overs.
Yeah.
Over. I think it's something like that.
Who did Pixies? I wonder.
I don't know.
She just found an image somewhere.
I think I don't know.
Oh my God.
What?
It's a photo of her stained glass.
Is it? Wow, that's great. Yeah.
And the height of her tree of life. She doesn't use GIMP though. What products do you use? If you don't mind me asking.
She uses other products. So I was wondering, Sandy, do you pre-arrange things like ahead of time on a digital canvas or something like that? So you must use some graphics program or something, right? I'm just wondering. She probably uses something. I mean, I don't know. Or maybe she just uses photos. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of ways of doing it.
For glass art, I use Glass Eye, and for other graphics, I use Coral.
Oh, yeah, Coral. Corel Draw is pretty good, yeah. That's actually pretty good because it's actually geared for drawing. Whereas GIMP is not so much geared toward creating drawings, you know what I mean? Like paintings and artwork. It's more of a raster or graphics editor and photo retoucher kind of. But yeah, cool, Sammy. Glass eye. That sounds pretty specific. Is that a specific stained glass program? Because that sounds very specific.
I do the design and cut the pieces and glue them to the glass, and then I score and break and grind. That sounds quite intensive.
Yeah.
And then the rest, Corel Draw is a full graphics art package.
Yeah, Corel Draw is good. Yeah, Corel Draw.
And what did you ask?
I asked if she mentioned glass eye, and I thought it was a specific program geared for stained glass, creation. She said yes. I think she said yeah.
People never want to pay, yeah.
Oh, you have to pay for that? Yeah, okay. So
you know, Sandy, the only way like nowadays is online. You need to get online and advertise. Like people that appreciate and know what goes into that shit.
Yeah, so
are the ones you've got to reach.
Yeah, she says it's a dedicated. Yeah, glass eye is a dedicated. It's specifically for stained glass. That's what I thought. And it's
no, they don't. But they're out there, or we wouldn't exist. We're out there. That's what I always think. Anyway, I think, well, fuck, I can't be the only weirdo in this, like, that thinks like me. There's got to be someone else. It's like those, what's that? It's not acrylic. Is it acrylic? Those landscapes that they do, mini landscapes underneath, I guess, an acrylic or some sort of a epoxy. And they make, like, I'll look it up on YouTube and show you what I'm talking about. But these things are labor intensive. They charge for a table, like a kitchen table, 10, 20 grand.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Do you know what they're called? Because I'm struggling to think what.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what it's called, but. Hey, Wildar. It's where they drop like artwork. They can make artwork out of epoxy, and I know exactly.
Epoxies, yeah.
I know what you're talking about. It's like they encase things in epoxy, right? And it's like art.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Resin table. Resin. Table.
How's it going, Wildheart?
It's going. It's definitely going. It's going.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen that.
So what is the topic?
Epoxy.
Epoxy resin.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I can share my. And add the stream. I'll turn the sound down so that we can just keep talking. We'll get rid of Sandy's.
Wait, that didn't look right. What was he doing to that piece of wood just prior to running it? He was caressing it, right?
Yeah. That one.
Yeah, what's he doing there?
It's getting sexy times.
Yeah, sexy time. Here we go. Sexy time. Piece of wood.
Oh, baby. And that's in double speed. So how slowly did he caress that wood?
He's got wood.
He's got wood for the wood. Oh, geez, you're being a bit fancy, mate.
Oh, man.
It's a 10-minute video.
10 minutes?
Yeah.
This guy's wasting his time. I could do that shit in like... I'm only kidding. I don't know how to do that.
Here we go.
Wow.
Oh, look, he's getting all technical with the...
What's that? Just pour the damn stuff.
I know, right? We're impatient. Mixing. Here we go. This is what we came for.
Was that going to take 10 years to dry?
Probably never dries.
His kids will be in college before it cures. I don't know anything about epoxy, so don't listen to me.
Setting time 4 to 5 days.
It's fucking hell.
That's insane.
And now he's chopping it up. Oh man, yeah, I've seen this kind of stuff. This is pretty cool, but I don't know. So.
It's a pretty lame one, actually. Like I've seen ocean ones, and
what would you pay for that?
Me personally?
Yeah.
A fucking lot.
Not much.
Probably a tenner.
It is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. $100.
Wow. $100.
Yeah.
That's more than $100 worth.
Yeah, that's way more than $100 there. See what I mean? Like, what? I wouldn't want to pay $1,000, but I'm a cheapskate. Is it worth $1,000?
So you would. Oh well, you have a bias. Then you have a bias.
No, I have a lack of knowledge. I don't know its value. If you told me it's worth $5,000, well, I'd say, well, all right, it's worth $5,000, but I'm not buying it. But if you told me it's $1,000, I'd probably maybe think about it.
I don't know who it is, but she says, you bunch of assholes, lovable assholes, assholes nonetheless.
What happened?
Inside, yeah.
That's funny.
You bunch of assholes, lovable assholes, but assholes nonetheless.
It's great.
Yeah, good one, Sandy.
Okay, so we want to change river to ocean. Oh, look at that bad boy.
Oh, that was good. Wow.
You know, stained glass seems more labor intensive than this.
I guess it's like what's cool at the time.
Oh, it's cool. Oh, is he making the flat Earth model right there?
Yeah. I was about to say that.
The flat Earth model. Here we go.
Oh, that was cool.
Oh, static grass. I love static grass.
So this is like
Sand.
yeah, that is fucking cool.
Wow. What was that, Gilligan's Island?
Where's the love boat?
Yeah, right. Where's the minnow?
Now watch how they make the foam. Look at that.
Yeah, that is cool.
Insane.
Just sit right back over here a towel.
Oh, little palmies.
Oh, that takes a lot of skill, though. That's very artistic and skillful.
Oh shit, yeah, man.
Yeah, be able to do that.
Yeah. Try that with zero planning.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the way that they do it first, have to do everything first go. If you fuck anything up,
yeah.
Like, how many practice goes does this shit take?
Practice.
Yeah.
Hey, it's all an experiment.
Yeah. Oh, look at that little boat with its net.
Oh, there's the minnow.
Yay!
Oh,
Now the final fill up.
Wow. So that's like.
That's all fucking epoxy. How much does it? How long did that take to set?
Yeah.
That wasn't 4 to 5 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Buffer.
That's pretty cool.
That looks amazing.
Oh, that's the rescue of Gilligan's Island. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
So
what would you pay for that?
That's got to be worth $1,000 at least. At least £1,000.
That's a nice table.
Yeah.
Actually.
Isn't it? That's beautiful.
I don't know.
Especially when you see it being made and how much effort and shit goes into it. Yeah.
What would I pay for it? $75.
Well, you're not as cheap as me. I said a tenner.
A tenner. I think $100 would be fair.
Oh no, that's got to be like 500 at least.
Oh man, 500.
You're right.
Yeah, but just think about.
I didn't know.
Just materials without the work that goes into it, just the materials and stuff. All than that, I would imagine.
Well, that's what I mean. Like,
yeah,
the materials alone is like,
yeah,
not going to justify a $100 price tag.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes that's what Sandy does. I think.
Okay, I'm leaving. You guys are triggering the fuck out.
What? What? It's too much.
Okay, I'm leaving you guys.
You can't take it. Wildheart can't take it.
I don't know, mate.
Bad. No, Sandy, look. She's losing her shit. People wonder why I stopped sharing my waves. Those who
Good day,
can't
Sandy.
look
See ya.
I want to see a shark, not a fishing boat. Bad. No sharks or dolphins. Just stupid people laying on the beach. No way I could afford it, but it should be more than a grand. Okay, I'm leaving. You guys are triggering the fuck out of me. Have a good day. I don't pay
See ya. Later, Sandy. Oh, what's he doing? He's ruining it. Look at him. He's ruining the whole thing. Oh, he's making bread.
This must be the old way.
He's making stained glass bread. No.
Making me hungry.
Sorry, Sandy. Have to apologize to Sandy.
We love you.
That's her art, man. That's her thing.
No, he isn't. He's glazing it, assholes.
Oh, don't glaze it. Don't glaze it in public. Public glazing, not allowed. Why not?
How does Sandy do it then?
Have you ever done glazing in public, Sandy? Or is that too personal?
Is that why you have a criminal record?
Glazing in public.
You can tell us.
No, the best album title ever, Pumpkin Grublick. No, it's Pumpkin Grublick.
We apologize for Wildheart.
Is this what Sandy does?
Is this what Sandy?
All this sort of stuff.
Uh-oh.
Stained glass soldering. Hey guys, I'm gonna make a cool circle thing.
Man, is there really a lot of talking in stained glass work?
I think this is
I know, right?
As you do more projects. As always, if you want to get started, we've got the beginner's kit available. Also, you can buy me a coffee and become
Buy my shit. Buy my shit. That's what all the talking is. We just want to see you do the thing. Oh, how long are you going to talk about your wooden board? Hang on, what?
She kicked everyone out of the shop for bringing up the atheist shit. I don't blame you.
Atheist bullshit. Kicked you all out.
I have to go. I have some stuff I have to pick up. I have to pick up some stuff at the store.
No problem. Good to see you, bro.
Yeah, same here. Behave yourself, Wildheart.
Yeah, sorry. JJ, you're brilliant. Thank you very much.
All right. Later.
This dude cheated. His bits were already done. I have no respect for you, sir, with your pre-done bits. I can't seem to find what I imagined Sandy does. Let's try. Yeah, that's what I thought. She like cuts it up. You still there, Sandy? Like, what do you call those things the Romans used to do? With the lots of little tiles. Anyone? Any takers? Silver, you there?
Yes.
What do you call those things where people cut up tiles and stick them together?
Like making stepping stones. It's like Mozart, but
Yep, you're getting there. Mosaic.
Yes, mosaic.
Yes, good work, Silver.
I already know this shit because I've done it since I was a kid.
Yeah, is that what stained? That's like what I picture stained glass. Basically, a
Kind
glass
of. No.
a glass mosaic. Yeah, but not entirely. But I wonder how she joins it all together. Do you do the soldering? See, now that we've chased her away, I want to know.
Rip.
Poor Sandy. I feel bad now. Not really. Sandy can take it. Anyone who follows Dark Matter 2525, his final episode of Power Corrupts came out the other day. Have you ever watched it, Wild? Any of Dark Matter 2525?
Yeah, no, he is brilliant. Yeah, sorry, I was just listening to it. Yeah, he is brilliant.
So good. Let's do some Tom Cardy.
When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys.
Whoa! Let's not do it in double time. Let's go.
He's
Let's
not
go
like he
normal
was on drugs
speed.
when he did that. Shit.
That's better.
When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys, I don't say it yet. And when he gets me off the couch to check underneath the couch cushions, I don't say it yet. No. And then when he says out loud, I wonder where my car keys are, I still don't say it. But then he asks me, do you know where my car keys are? I look at him in his face and I say, have you checked your vitals? Yeah. I have not seen your keys, but since you're asking me, you better check out that vital. Of course I'm not serious, I don't think it's always
Your big dumb business.
But the funnier thing to say to someone who's lost their shit and is stressed out visibly, when I see the best man start to sweat, I don't say it yet. When I see that little ring bearer cunt getting yelled at by his mum, oh, I still don't say it. When I see the groom asking the vicar if they can wait just another 15 minutes, I do not say it. And when the father of the bride starts organising an ad hoc emu bob of the courtyard area, I want to, but I do not say it. It's the 11th hour with 300 congregants under God's roof. The vicar approaches the mic and suddenly all of the chatter goes mute. He says that they've misplaced the rings. Could anyone possibly know where they are? I know it's my time, and all heads turn as I stand and say, Vicar, have you checked your buttholes? Yeah, butthole. I have not seen your ring, but
have you checked your ring? And they bring up in that hole.
Love is patient, love is kind, but if you ask me the way you can find literally anything you've lost before, I'm gonna suggest that it's up your butthole. Where's my phone? Is it up your butthole? I lost my loan. Have you checked up your butthole? I'm losing my patience. Where is your class? Up your ass. I just lost my grandma. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you capable of not saying she's up my asshole? Of course. My condolences. I'm not looking for a silly joke right now. Yeah. What are you looking for? Honestly, just like a shoulder to cry. Have you checked your butthole? Maybe you found your dead grandma up there too. I fucking got you. Butthole. My family hate me. This might be the reason that I got no friends.
Fucking worth it, baby.
1, 2, 3, 4. If I say my relationship is with my ex-girlfriend or with my dad,
What the hell did I come back to?
relationship is simple. It is just bad. It's just bad. If I quit pretending to your shit house, party for 70 people I don't know. I don't fucking know. Even if you ask me on the day and I say yes, we're still not going to go. Please don't make me say it. What's said, what's implied, read between the lines. I'm being subtle, delicate, you massive, stupid piece of shit. Another example. If he says, nice head, that means you got a
bad head.
If she says, I literally can't, she literally can. She's using hyperbole. G'day, champion. I'd like to fight you. How are you, big fella? Do you want to get stabbed? Hello, sunshine. G'day, big wheel. Yeah, all right, legend.
You're going to die.
Do it for exposure. We're not gonna pay you. It's not you, it's me. It is you. I don't really take much. Yeah, it's gonna hurt me. Want to see some improv? I'm a bit quirky. Literally anything. I have a pen. Wink. Sexual. Yeah. Well, that's Australian and highly contextual. I wouldn't say I'm bad at sex. I'd just say I'm yet to reach my potential. I won't say this doesn't make sense. I'll just say my art can be tangential. You can be anything you want to be, as long as you mean what you say, but never say what you mean. Baby, please don't misunderstand me. I'll always leave you a clue. Assume, don't wait. It's time to speculate. You got to see the signs. Assume, don't wait. It's time to speculate.
Between the lines.
Hey, John.
Did you enjoy that, Wild?
He can't
Yeah,
speak,
good
so
is
I'm
he?
pretty sure he did.
That guy's fucking awesome.
Yeah, that was very funny.
Have I not showed you Tom Cardy Pixie?
No, I just came back to something very strange.
You know what that means wild? She ain't seen the first song.
I'm okay with that.
Should we subject everyone to it again?
Is that what made people leave?
Did they leave?
Well, I don't know. Like Gio was
have
here.
two
Gio was
viewers.
here when I went to my meeting.
No. Gio went for. Did he have an appointment?
Package.
He went to go to the grocery store.
That was it. Yeah.
Trusted Silver, I have no clue. Oh, look. John hasn't seen you since the chop.
Oh, the chop. Yeah.
He's like it's Bizarro World.
But Sammy, can I take over your stream and explain what's happened to me in the last?
Yeah, go for it.
I got arrested.
So I was gonna sneak out the front and have a ciggy. I'll be listening. But
yeah. No, I got arrested again. I like 2 hours, 3 hours ago. I got back. I got arrested again. I spent the last.
What was this?
Same thing. Trying to get alcohol off my mum and my stepdad is a Scouse motherfucker. Actually, that was the charges. From a communal place because they wouldn't open the door. I called him a Scouse motherfucker through the letterbox and a Scouse cunt. So that was the actual charges. So I've just spent the last 12, 14, 16, I don't know how long, in the holding cells of a jail. And just got back a little bit. Not to bring the tree down. I had to pay £10 for 20 cigarettes. 10 British pounds for 20 cigarettes. That's ridiculous. But the police were good enough to give me a free bus pass so I could get home. So I had to get on the bus to Wigan and then get on the bus to Allerton where I live. Yeah. But the 12, 14, 16, whatever, how many hours it was it was a fucking nightmare. They give me Valium or Librium or something. I vomited twice because I didn't have any alcohol, so I'll shush. Yeah, it's not been good. But there were only 4 police officers this time. I think there were 4. Yeah, so that's what just happened. Ow! And I've still got 2:30. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's just, yeah, it was a nightmare. Like, I couldn't smoke. I didn't have any alcohol. They only gave me Librium or Valium or whatever they give me towards the very end. It's not been a good day. So I just got back. No, not just got back, like 2 hours ago. I've already done the stream. It was a short stream, but yeah. So that's what's going on. Not that anyone gives a shit or should give a shit. It's just, yeah, I'm just letting you know what my fucking day has been like. It's been a fucking nightmare.
Yes, well, fortunately or unfortunately, whichever way you're looking at it, a lot more people give a shit than you probably realise.
Yeah. Which is, I appreciate it, but it caused its own problems because I'd really rather they didn't. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, I care, but I don't feel bad for you right now.
Yeah.
No, it's kind of like what we say to the kids, which is terrible because I don't believe in it. But when they are being naughty and they hurt themselves and they cry, I go, toot toot, oh, there's the karma train.
Oh, Sammy, tell me you don't believe in karma.
No, as I just said, it's bad that I say it because I don't believe it. But
yeah,
I'm singing that at you right now.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's my own fault. I caused it. It's entirely my fault. Yeah.
You've been very mean.
I can't remember how you were.
Oh, and you've been mean to people.
For days.
Oh, who was I mean to?
You cursed me out and called me names and screamed at me.
Yeah.
And you screamed at Tog and called Tog names. And
I don't remember any of that.
That's all right. Tog deserves it. Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, anyway. Sorry.
And you punched your brother lots of times.
Oh, yes.
And
let's not get into that. Yeah.
There was all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Someone's not happy. I didn't mean to put that on the screen. I should have read it first. Sorry, Wild.
It's not stupidity. It's it's not stupidity. It's alcoholism. Once you drink so much, you don't remember anything. I don't remember what happened yesterday or the day before. Yeah, it's not stupidity. Anyway.
Hey, Spooky.
Yeah. I'll shut the fuck up. Sorry.
Hey, Pixie.
Hey, yeah. Oh, what's that song?
Pixie.
There's no easy way out. Tom Petty. Won't back down. Sorry.
She's gone, I think. Have you gone, Pixie?
No.
I just wanted to ask you something.
Okay.
Have you lost anything lately?
What? What do you mean?
Like, have you mislocated anything? You haven't found it yet.
No.
Okay. Well, be sure to tell me if you do.
I lose things all the time, but I find it relatively quickly.
Because I want to say this to you.
When my roommate comes into the room looking for his car keys, I don't say it yet. And when he gets me off the couch to check underneath the couch cushions, I don't say it yet. No. And then when he says out loud, I wonder where my car keys are, I still don't say it. But then he asks me, do you know where my car keys are? I look at him in his face and I say, have you checked your bottle? I have not seen your keys, but since you're asking me, you better check up that bottle. Of course I'm not serious, I don't think it's up inside your big brown business. But the funnier thing to say to someone who's lost their shit and is stressed out visibly, when I see the best man start to sweat, I don't say it yet. When I see that little ring bearer cunt getting yelled at by his mum, oh, I still don't say it. When I see the groom asking the vicar if they can wait just another 15 minutes, I do not say it. Skip up and down. And when the father of the bride starts organising an ad hoc emu bob of the courtyard area, I want to, but I do not say it. It's the 11th hour.
300 congregants and at God's roof.
The vicar approaches the mic and suddenly all of the chatter goes mute. He says that they've misplaced the rings. Could anyone possibly know where they are? I know it's my time, and all heads turn as I stand and say, Vicar, have you checked your butthole? Yes, butthole. I have not seen your ring, but have you checked your ring? My ring on me butthole. Love is patient, love is kind, and you can find literally anything you've lost before. I'm gonna suggest that it's up your butthole. Where's my phone? Is it up your butthole? I lost my loan. Have you checked up your people? I'm losing my patience. Where is your class? Stuck up your ass. I just lost my grandma. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Are you capable of not saying she's up my asshole? Of course. My condolences. I'm not looking for a silly joke right now. Yeah.
What are you looking for?
Honestly, just like a shoulder to cry.
Have you checked your butthole? Yes, butthole. Maybe you'll find your dead grandma up there too. I fucking got you. Butthole, my family hate me. This might be the reason
that I've got no close friends. Fucking worth it, baby.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay then. That is never going to be the answer to my lost item. But that's
Make
okay.
sure you never ask me if I've seen anything or anyone, because I'm going to say, Pixie, have you checked your butthole?
Check your butthole.
You better be
It's-
careful because some people are going to say, like, I just thought of like 3 things I could say back to that. So, like, I would be careful who you say that to.
Yeah, especially like it's an Australian thing. It is exactly the sort of thing that I say all the time to my kids, everything. And I've often thought, if people from other countries heard the way I speak,
Oh, I'd have my own, like, witty responses. You'd probably be like, not using that one on her again.
that's good. I worry that people are going to call the police on me or something.
Have you checked your butthole?
Brilliant.
What the hell? Okay, I'm gonna go now.
What's happened?
Nothing. I'm just gonna go. I'll talk to you later. Later days.
Sorry, Pixie. Sorry. I know. Oh yeah, what time is it over there, Sammy? It must be like 3 o'clock in the morning or something.
Oh shit, it is too. It's 1:15.
Yeah. Yeah, I should probably leave.
I need to get out of bed anyway.
Yeah.
Get some sleep. See, John knows. You can see it in my face.
Yeah, I
all right. Thanks for coming, anyone who's still out there. All 2 people. Goodness. All right. Have a good night, everybody. Where's the end button? There it is.